live streaming of Pop India Talks. This fest focuses on climate change action and is also going to talk about the volunteers across the world, the youth-driven movement as it is. And we look across that how knowledge-inspired initiatives and actions are being taken by young people across to see that the carbon emissions, the greenhouse gases emissions, how do they mitigate that, how do they reduce that. And India again has a mission that we're going to talk about net zero emissions by 2070. I call upon you, invite you to enjoy the live streaming of all the areas here. Listen to the inspiring stories, listen to the business ideas, and listen to our experts who have come from various zones, from WaterAid India, from the people who have been working for years together in this area to motivate the young enthusiasts. So listen to all of this, comment on this, like the things that you like here, and also let us know what else can be brought in this fest or this area, and what initiative you at your level are taking for the same. So we'll be very, very eagerly waiting, and we'd like to create a big community focusing on the same issue so that we are able to make some substantial contribution to this. So again, happy viewing and stay with us and watch the live streaming. Thank you.
And build a social movement for combating the issue of climate change and environmental degradation. It aligns with Manav Rachna's philosophy of creating better human beings and thereby a better world. It would not have been incorrect to say that all gathered here today, physically or virtually, have the power to be a change maker. All we need to do is brighten up the darkness and recognize that power.
I take this opportunity to invite our chief guest, Mr. Amit Bhalla, and all our special guests and dignitaries to light the ceremonial lamp. My request, Sayogita Ma'am, Director, MRI Schools, to escort our esteemed guests. Joining us virtually are Dr. Ash Pachauri, Senior Pop Mentor, Dr. Norma, Senior Pop Mentor, the Eric Solem, former Executive Director of UN Environment Program, and viewers joining us at this hour on our live.
Let's welcome them on stage with a huge round of applause, everybody. Deepak, Jyoti or Jyot, represents Agni, which removes darkness, ignorance, unhappiness, and spreads the Almighty's grace and divine energy in the surroundings. Light also symbolizes abundance, prosperity, and knowledge. With this lamp, we light in our hearts a hope that human vices and greed are demolished, and we use the obtained knowledge to uplift ourselves to higher deeds.
शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणं आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणं आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनः दीपज्योतिर्परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनः दीपो हरतु मे पापं सन्ध्यादीपनमोऽस्तुते ओ दीपब्रह्मरूपस्त्वं ज्योतिषां प्रभुरव्ययः ओ दीपब्रह्मरूपस्त्वं ज्योतिषां प्रभुरव्ययः आरोग्यं देहि पुत्रांश्च मतिं स्वच्छां हि मे सदा रवेरस्तं
Let's hear a huge round of applause for all the dignitaries. May I request all the dignitaries to stay for a group photograph. I would like to request all the dignitaries to stay for a group photograph.
शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणं आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणं आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरु
Thank you to our respected dignitaries.
आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते
During his address at the UN conference on climate change being held at Glasgow, Scotland, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has committed to a net zero emission target for India by 2070. A developing country like India represents 17% of the world's population, is responsible for only 5% of global emissions, and yet has set a tall target for itself. The 5 elixirs from India to overcome this challenge of climate change include increase in its non-fossil energy capacity to 100 gigawatt by 2030, fulfill 50% of our energy requirements from renewable energy sources by 2030, between now and 2030, reduce its total projected carbon emissions by 1 billion tons, reduce the carbon intensity of its economy by 45%, and achieve the target of net zero by 2070. The Pop India Talks becomes even more relevant with the context of national vision and mission laid down by our Honorable Prime Minister.
Moving forward, I invite Mr. Yogita Sharma, Director MRI Schools, under whose able guidance #Pop India Talks is a reality today. Request you, ma'am, to formally welcome all gathered here and outline the details of the fest. Can we have a huge round of applause for ma'am?
Good morning, everyone. Very good morning. Good morning to all this very charged up audience for today, and welcome to this India Pop Talks special session, which is being organized for you for a very, very specific cause. And I'm very, very happy that these two young compeers here have already set the context, bringing in the importance and urgency of this challenge that we're going to talk about today, climate change. We are happy that this initiative of Manav Rachna, along with Pop Movement, which is led by Dr. Ash Pachauri and his team, which is the international movement now, has come to India for the first time and has collaborated with Manav Rachna's young students to further create it into a bigger movement. And I'm sure each one of you is going to take it forward, spread it, and make it much, much bigger than what it is today. Are you? Give a big hand then to this initiative of yours. So joined on this occasion, we have Dr. Amit Bhalla, Vice President, Manav Rachna Education Institutions, who always talks about sustainability practices that we need to bring in for our good future, for our equitable and just future, where everybody gets good, clean energy, everybody breathes, because climate change is one challenge which leaves no one. Yeah, it impacts everybody. So all of us human beings, we have created where we are today, so that we have to think about it very, very seriously. And so again, the great potential that each one of has in us shows you a big hope that if it is created, it can be tackled. We can find a solution to this. If children like you, young people like you, everybody in the world joins hands together, makes concerted efforts to combat this, we can put carbon back into its place, which is soil, and remove it from the atmosphere. I think we can do that? Yes, because today we are all feeling this heat of carbon in the atmosphere, and that is what we are going to talk about today, how to mitigate that and put it back into that. Through various everyday practices that we bring in, what we eat, how we travel, how we live, what we kind of do, what we create, how we manufacture, all those things will be looked into through today's sessions. But before that, I welcome to this particular session, which has made it so radiant, vibrant, with the presence of so many people. Along with you young students, we have all principals from all Manav Rachna schools. Along with Dr. Amit Bhallaji, we have executive directors, Dr. Sunny Bansal, Mr. Lavkesh Magoo here. We have our guests from various agencies who are working religiously, diligently, single-minded devotion, the people who are looking beyond themselves. Mr. Tarun Gupta is here, Mr. Jadhar Gupta is here, Neha is here from Terry, and Mr. Jivesh Gupta, I can see, Mr. Rohan Gupta, Mr. Anuj Grover from Isha Foundation. So this is, when we all come together, Minisha from the art area. So what I want to say is that all sectors of society, all areas, education of course is there, Manav Rachna being there, and students from different other schools as well being part of this. Health services there, we have industry people here, we have art people here, we have health sector here. All these sectors, when we all join together and think about what we are going to do, what our practices are going to be, and our practices are based on science and knowledge. That's again very, very important. That not scattered actions of tree planting and something is going to mitigate this, but how we plan, what science, what facts we keep in mind. That's again very important for you all students. So I look upon you as very responsible citizens because you are the biggest stakeholders in what is going to come. अभी आप छोटे हैं, पर जब तक आप बड़े होंगे तो ये जो climate change है ना, सबसे ज़्यादा heat आप ही के लिए generate हो रही है. So आप लोगों को ये देखना है कि इसको हम कैसे ठीक करके रखें, बड़ों को भी बताएं कैसे करना है, हम क्या changes अपनी lifestyle में लाएं, ताकि आपके अपने future के लिए, because आपका future आने वाला है और कुछ साल में, अभी आप वोट नहीं कर सकते, तो पॉलिसीज मेकिंग में आपका उतना कंट्रीब्यूशन नहीं है, पर आपका कंट्रीब्यूशन किस चीज में है, आप इसको अवेयरनेस को स्प्रेड कैसे करते हो, हाउ यू ब्रिंग इट इनटू योर ओन एवरीडे एक्शंस, व्हाट चॉइसेस यू मेक व्हेन यू ईट फूड, व्हाट चॉइसेस यू मेक व्हेन यू वियर क्लोथ्स, राइट, when you plant trees on your birthdays, which is a great initiative of Manav Rachna again, that each child must plant on birthday. Taking care of the paper that's being consumed in our schools, the water that's being consumed in our schools, the rain harvesting plants that are there in our schools. Because Manav Rachna is building itself as a sustainable campus. So I look upon each one of you as an ambassador of that, because you are the ones who will change the world. So big power to you all, you are all empowered, and this fest particularly is meant to further empower each one of you so that you can play your role very well and contribute to this equitable, just society that we are all looking at. So your contribution is going to be big. So once again, big welcome to each one of you, all the students, all teachers, all support staff, all those people who are working with the camera, making live streaming happening. And today's session is just a little layout. We are going to have inspiring stories being told by all these guests here to these young students. We also have young students presenting their business ideas, which will have sustainability element in them. We have children displaying their ideas through art, performing art, visual arts. We also have open mic sessions where the students who maybe they are not the ones presenter as of now, but if they feel I want to say something, I feel this about this issue, you have an open mic session which happens twice in the day. You can express yourself, right? There are cultural presentations and there's an open mic. 2 sessions are given to open mic. So all of you, if you want to express, you feel deep within, this is what I think about the issue. You can come up, share it with your friends and go back enriched. And I feel that if you make it a way of your life, we will be able to make a change. We will be? Will we be? Say it loudly, then we will make a change. We are the change makers. We are the crusaders of change. Crusaders of change. आपने जो ये पहना है ना, इसके ऊपर क्या लिखा है? Crusader of change. So each one of you is going to be a crusader of change. With that thing in mind, Manav Rachna has planned this special session for each one of you in the age group of 12 to 18, 20 years of age, all of you young students. So thank you, enjoy this, share it, participate, and go back with ideas which should impact you deep within, right? And think of how you can contribute and how you can make a change somewhere. We'll be listening to all these people who will be talking about climate change. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for those enriching and motivational words. Well, I'm sure the display on stage has got everyone's attention, and rightfully so. What you see are wind and percussion instruments. Right, musical instruments. Otherwise junk, the worn out buckets, paint cans, PVC pipes, shakers have been put together to create foot tapping music. Presenting the Junk Melody by MRIS 46. Let's have a huge round of applause for them.
riveting performance that was. Next time you're tempted to throw something away, think twice. There are other interesting ways of putting it into use. I would now like to invite Dr. Anandajit Goswami, Director of Social and Political Sciences, Manav Rachna International Institute of Research and Studies. Along with 5 elixirs, the Honorable Prime Minister suggested a one-word movement in the context of climate, which can be a key basis for our world. The word is life, lifestyle for environment. Dr. Anandajit has been living this movement and has devoted his life to an environmentally conscious lifestyle. An environmentalist himself, Dr. Anandajit is a strong supporter of the pop movement and responsible for bringing the movement to us. Let us put our hand together and hear Mr. Anandajit's thoughts on the urgency of climate action.
Thank you, everyone. I think after what has been displayed, I should not say much. Surbhi says 5 minutes, but it will be in 1 minute. I would first like to thank Amit ji and Sangyukta ji way back in 2019 when both of them recruited me. This was a dream I think we all had collectively thought of. And today, it's really a collective dream, what we are seeing over here. So a big round of applause for both of them first. And virtually, Ash, the entire pop family, late Dr. R.K. Pachori, whose birthday is also coming across. So I am a little emotional about everything. I think today he would have been really happy. But having said that, what I would like to remind all of you today, so let me tell you, in July this year, in Alaska, in the crossroads of a river Bow, which is a glacier melted river, there was a very interesting event which happened in the summer of July in Alaska. 140 mathematicians across the world just plunged into the river, and they were taught mathematics by drowning in the river. Now, if you all have been following that, so why more and more people are doing this type of experiential movement? Because even mathematics has a connection with the climate sensation. What we are experiencing today is something ephemeral, something sensational. And it is connected to also the old age movement. I will like to, Surabhi, you have to keep on reminding me. Yeah. So the other thing that I would like to cite over there, that what you all are doing over here today is something really revolutionary and supporting our Honorable Prime Minister vision also. By 2070 we have to reach to a net zero world. Now, Fera Wigner and another person called Nikolai Morokov. These two individuals, Fera Wigner died at the age of 89. She also at her point of time around 1880s, just like a child, joined a movement. That movement was revolutionary. She stood up against the oppression of the Tsar revolution at that point of time. Today, you all are a part of another revolution, so take a pride in that. But the path that you also have to take will be as close and tough like what Fera Wigner went through. So from 1880 to 1904, she was put on exile and into a fort called Fort of Suscheldorf, where she was tortured for standing against the social freedom. So environmental freedom also is a kind of thing, you all face those challenges. But finally, you will come out as a winner, and Pop India Talks is a step towards that. Thank you so much.
As Dr. Anandjit has outlined the course of his journey and that of pop movement and Manav Rachna's support, we move on to our next key collaborator, Dr. Ash Pachori, senior pop mentor who is joining us virtually from Mexico. Bestowed with the Global Mind ED Inclusive Leadership Award for action in the field of energy and sustainability in 2021, Dr. Ash Pachori's experience in the field of public health emerges from a range of initiatives, including those of Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, the UN, and the CDC program interventions in the US. He is also a technical advisor to the World Health Organization on self-care global guidelines, a master trainer in behavior change communications and strategic health leaderships. Dr. Pachori has led over 20,000 workshops, events, and activities globally to outreach to the youth and communities to promote health and sustainable development. He has sent across a lovely message for our youth. Come on, let's hear a huge round of applause for him.
Greetings from the pop movement, where pop stands for Protect Our Planet. We host an annual flagship event called the Pop Festival. This year's Pop Festival in India is being hosted together with Manav Rachna International School. We're absolutely delighted at this partnership and collaboration, during which we will bring together young people from around the world, several thousands of them, that will amplify their voices, share experiences, knowledge, and inspiration for climate action. We have a small window of opportunity in which we can affect change, and this coming together is quintessential to making that happen. I invite all of you to join the Pop India Talks event on August 18, 2022, together with Manav Rachna International School and the pop movement. So let's pop. I look forward to seeing you there. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing your thoughts and rallying support for Pop India Talks. Moving forward, I invite ecologist Mr. Jayadar Gupta to share his thoughts with the youth assembled here. A Wharton graduate, Mr. Jayadar Gupta is an environmental activist and entrepreneur. He is also the founding member of Citizens Movement by My Right to Breathe and founder of clean air solutions company Nirvana Being. We would love to hear you speak on My Right to Breathe.
There you go. Good morning. I feel like everybody in this room is already an expert on climate change. So I'm going to talk about what I'm an expert on, and it's something very related to climate change. It's air pollution. If you know about climate change, you guys know that it's created by combustion of fossil fuels, heavy reliance on fossil fuels. The sources of carbon are increasing, the carbon sinks are decreasing, right? In a nutshell, that's what's happening with climate change. But I think in India, we've been in a lot in the news over the last, 7 or 8 years, being tagged as the worst country on the planet for air pollution. And air pollution and climate change are completely related. And the reason I was forced to change my life plan, to change my life goals, was due to air pollution. So I'm going to tell you a little kind of background story here. I had this goal of running a marathon in every continent. I had this goal of summiting Mount Everest before I turned 50. And I was training to run my second marathon at the second continent in Europe, the classic marathon in Greece, in Athens. In 2013, I was training. The run was actually in May 2014. One night, my lungs collapsed. I lost 40% lung function. And I was diagnosed with bronchial asthma, and they found a whole collection of fluid in my lungs. It changed my life's plans. I could not run anymore. And I had been, at your age, I was a national swimmer. I started running at the young age of 28. When I moved to San Francisco for a few years, I took to running because the ocean waters were too frigid cold to swim. Anyway, coming back to air pollution, instead of just saying, okay, something's happened to me and, what am I going to do about it? I actually invested in my own lab. I invested in a lot of instrumentation. This is a simple instrument, but I created a better lab than the Delhi Pollution Control Board, okay? Because I wanted to find out what was wrong with me, because I was a perfectly healthy guy with a fantastic diet, very disciplined, very fit. There was nothing wrong with me. This shouldn't have happened to me. So I wanted to get to the root of the problem. Once I got to the root of the problem, I started screaming and shouting about the problem. I started presenting government with data. I started presenting media with data. Interestingly enough, in February of 2015, until then, our government kept on presenting the air pollution problem as a dust problem. Okay, they kept on minimizing the problem. In 2015 February, there was a game-changing event. The WHO, the World Health Organization, did a survey, and they said that out of 1,600 cities surveyed around the world, Delhi was the worst. So we were the best of the worst. We were the #1 worst polluted city in the world. Okay? So I want to very quickly talk to you about air pollution, because in some way or the other, it's going to affect it already is affecting each and every one of us. So, you know, there are two pollutants. Air pollution is a very complex issue, but I want to talk to you today, and I just want you to listen to me for 2 minutes about two pollutants, because it's going to affect each and every one of us. Okay? One is PM 2.5, particulate matter 2.5 microns. This is black carbon nanoparticles that's suspended in the air. Okay? The safe level of this is 5 micrograms per cubic meter. In this room right now, the level is 80, 16 times the safe level of PM 2.5 recommended by the World Health Organization. The only safe level of PM 2.5 is actually 0. But of course, 0 is unrealistic wherever there are humans. So actually, from the time I entered the room to now, it's actually gone down. It's gone down to 51. And the reason for that is that we have a lot of air purifiers cleaning up this carbon from the air. Each one of us has a lung, which is a filter. Okay, so from 80, we brought this down, now it's 49. So it's coming down, okay? Which is not good, because all this black carbon is going into our lungs, and from our lungs it goes into our bloodstream, and it creates lots of health problems for each and every one of us. In my body, it manifested itself as, a bronchial asthma. I can't run anymore. I get winded even when I climb a, flight of steps. So it's been a huge life-altering kind of moment for me. My kind of, if you're active, which I'm sure all of you are, or most of you are, you're at a greater risk, because you're, breathing deeper and deeper into your alveoli, right? So this is a problem. The second pollutant I want to talk about, because this is carbon, right? Carbon dioxide. When we talk about climate change, we're talking about increase in greenhouse gases. Largely, carbon manifests itself in two forms, carbon dioxide and methane. Let's talk about carbon dioxide, because it relates more to our immediate now. So the safe level of, sorry, let me rewind on carbon dioxide. So in ambient air, back in 1750, the level of carbon dioxide was 280 parts per million. Today it is 412 parts per million. Okay, so in outside air, carbon dioxide levels have gone up by 30-40%, and this is, with all this awareness, this is what we're trying to reverse, right? Because greenhouse gases create warming, it creates huge amounts of extreme weather events, storms, and so on and so forth. So the ambient level of carbon dioxide at 412, the safe level of carbon dioxide indoors, where we are sitting right now, is ambient plus 350, okay, which puts it at about 760 parts per million. The current carbon dioxide level in this room is 1770 parts per million, okay. We're about 2.5 times the safe level. What does this mean? This means that our brain is not alert. This means we are not operating at 100% capacity, okay. I work with schools where we create examination rooms for students, that we are pumping oxygen into those rooms so that the children's brains are fired up. All of us are practically zombies in this room right now because of this. The carbon dioxide level is 1766. So as the ambient levels of carbon dioxide go up, your indoor levels are going to go up exponentially. This is a huge problem, right? So please, ma'am already spoke to you about being the change. This is a serious problem, air pollution, and it all relates to climate change and our reliance on greenhouse gases. In terms of a few things that I've done, when the Aam Aadmi Party took over the Delhi government, I was making enough noise that they invited me to be part of an air pollution think tank. I was the one who recommended the first odd even, and that was implemented thankfully. The idea of doing the first odd even was not to reverse air pollution. Odd even will never reverse air pollution. It was to create awareness, because awareness precedes change. Nobody back in 2015 knew that Delhi had an air pollution problem or what air pollution is. Okay. Then I petitioned the Supreme Court and got the Airtel Half Marathon, which is a beautiful event that happens for runners in Delhi, moved from November to the month of October. Then I created a citizens movement called Our Right to Breathe that has chapters all over the country now. And we've done a lot of things, including kind of drafting the National Clean Air Program. In terms of the Delhi election that happened in 2020, we made sure that every political party had clean air as part, a clean air promise as part of their election manifesto. We created a clean air collective, which are now 89 NGOs that are working together on clean air. I don't know if you saw our lung installations at Gangaram Hospital or the Aravali Biodiversity Park, but we are always trying to engage people to get them dialed into air pollution, because this is a serious problem. When I talk about being the change, I'm working on a very interesting passion project, and I want to share that with you, because you guys can do this in your school today. 6-7 years ago, nobody was talking about sustainability. Today, it's this cool word that everybody's talking about. Let me tell you about another cool word. It's rewilding. Okay, what is rewilding? We humans, millions of years ago, this planet was entirely a forest, right? And from forest, we converted land to agriculture. From agriculture, we created, commercial establishments like this. Rewilding is taking land back to its original form, creating native forests. We have lots in Delhi, the Sanjay Van, the Aravali Biodiversity Park. That is rewilding. I think it's time to kind of increase the carbon sinks. And that's my appeal to you. So thank you very much for your time. If anybody has any questions or wants to join Our Right to Breathe, I'm available to speak with.
What a powerful delivery, sir. Moving forward, we have a short video shared by Mr. Eric Solem, former Executive Director of the UN Environment Programme and patron World Sustainable Development Forum. In this video, he applauds the Indian initiatives for climate change. Let's hear it for him.
Namaste. I'm so happy to speak to all my friends in the pop movement at a time where India and young Indians can lead the world. Because this month is 75 years anniversary of India, and there is so much to be happy about, so much to celebrate. India, with a population of soon to be the biggest in the world, is largely at peace. India has a young and dedicated population driving development for Indians and for the world. And India is more and more coming to the forefront as a global leader, led by Prime Minister Modi, but so many other Indian politicians. And of course, India is leading on global environment issues. But it's important also to recall that when India became independent 75 years ago, India was a completely different place. Hardly anyone could read and write. The life expectancy in India in 1947 was about 30 years. Now the new Indians born today on average can expect soon to be 70, and I'm sure it will be a lot more in the years to come. So let's celebrate progress, but also look into how India and young Indians can change the world in the 21st century. And of course we all know we have a triple environment crisis: pollution, climate change, and destruction of beautiful forests and beautiful neighborhoods and beautiful ecosystems like these forests in France. A lot of forests in France have been destroyed this summer because of enormous fires caused by climate change. But we know all the problems. What's more important is to focus on the solutions. And let me mention a few. This month, the state of Tamil Nadu, at the southern tip of India, decided that they will start district climate councils in all the 38 districts in Tamil Nadu. because Tamil Nadu has a population much bigger than France, where I'm now, or the United Kingdom. So it really matters when Tamil Nadu wants to make climate change an issue for the people and the grassroots to get their ideas and to implement policies for climate change in every part of the economy. India is also now leading the world on solar energy. Yes, true, China is even more advanced, but India is the second most important solar energy nation in the 21st century, led by the Prime Minister and by many other politicians. I just came back from the state of Madhya Pradesh, and the Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh, Mr. Sholam, has made Madhya Pradesh a center for solar energy in India. It's also made it a tiger state. It has the highest number of tigers in India. And he has also focused a lot on wetlands and wetlands protection. And there will now be 4 Ramsar sites, wetland sites, registered only in the state of Madhya Pradesh. But this is the leadership coming from Tamil Nadu and from Madhya Pradesh. But we see the same in so many other areas. Telangana is leading on tree planting, Maharashtra is leading on electric vehicles, and Andhra Pradesh is leading green agriculture, zero budget farming, as they say, which means better yields for the farmers, but also much kinder to Mother Earth. What I ask you to do as young Indians is to lead, be front and center in this green revolution of the world in every area. You should engage in politics, write in the newspapers, discuss with the mother and fathers, be a change agent in your school or university. You should plant trees. If you plant trees today, you make forests of tomorrow. The Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh, by the way, he's planting 1 tree every day. Well, that's a small forest just by him, but if everyone do something like that, it has major impact. And please promote solar energy. At your university or at a local parking spot or in your village, promote solar energy as the energy of the future. And please engage in a circular economy. We are not throwing away everything, but reusing our clothes, our electric equipment, and we are not wasting food. There is so much to be done, and India is now center for all this change with China, with Europe, not alone, but with others. There is a great saying in the old Vedas. It says, the whole world is one family, and if we join hands together across continents, across the different states of India, young people with older people, then of course we can change the world, and you as young Indians will be absolutely at the center of that global change, the biggest challenge of the 21st century, to make an ecological civilization at Mother Earth.
Just a quick announcement. Students, some of us, I believe, have joined through the Zoom link as well. Please log out. It is creating an echo in the meeting. And we'll keep our volumes in the hall a little down so that the audience who is there through Zoom can hear us clearly.
Our next speaker is Ms. Neha, Senior Fellow and Area Convener, TERI. Having extensively worked in the area of environment education and awareness, Ms. Neha's address on student awakening about climate change is sure to add on to our learning. Let's welcome ma'am.
Hello everyone, Namaste. Thank you for having me. So Yogita ma'am told me to talk about climate change. Climate change. Second half of the 20th century, when every developing country was focusing on development, technology, like we need to just go industrialization, then we were neglecting one thing, that was environment. We were just focusing, कहीं से भी ऊर्जा मिल जाए, energy मिल जाए, fossil fuels है, कोई problem नहीं है, but that was leading to climate change. At that time, in 1970s, one of the great visionary, Mr. Darbari Seth, engineer from Tata Chemicals, thought about there is a need for an institute that will do research on energy. Yes, then along with the support of Mr. J.R.D. Tata, the Tata Energy Research Institute, which we now formally known as the Energy and Resources Institute, TERI, the institute with which I am associated since 2005 came into the picture. And the legendary Dr. Rajendra Kumar Pachauri joined it in 1981 with a vision to bring about a change. To bring about a change in sustainability, climate change, when the people were not even thinking about it, when the focus was only on industrialization and development. And then we started growing, doing research, talking about climate change, and then slowly and steadily in 1998, the Green University was established, that is TERI, School of Advanced Studies, and there comes area, Environment Education and Awareness area in TERI in 1999 that started working with schools, colleges, communities on various issues. But why with schools and colleges? Because you, the youth of the country, are the one who can bring about the change. That's what Sanyogita ma'am, in the morning when she gave me this badge, Crusaders of Change, I was like, yes, that is what we are. That is what, with the vision, not us, the great visionaries of this world also believe. And why not? They should not believe. Yes, because you are the change maker. You have those ideas, innovative solutions. You can be the solution of the problem that we or our elders have created. That's what Bamde was saying, na? Bring about the change. Hum hi kar sakte hain, and that's what you guys can do it. And I'm so happy that you all are one of those lucky students who have great leaders like Amit sir, Sanyogita ma'am, who are there to guide you, who are giving you the opportunities. Ash Pachauri, Dr. Ash Pachauri is also here. He has provided you the platform, the pop movement, where you can interact, take these opportunities, go forward and share your knowledge. Don't add on to it, multiply it, because that is what is required. Government is taking initiative, that is top to down approach, but you all students can make a bottom up approach so that we can reach to our objectives as early as possible. Although people say it's a tough time, आपको बहुत मेहनत करनी पड़ेगी, हमने बहुत अर्थ का हालत खराब कर दी है, but yes, you all guys can do it very nicely. We had a junk melody today. Years back we had organized with the colleges, but I've never thought such a good melody by the students. Amazing. Applaud. So, you guys, you can do it. So, better do it, go out. We just need to multiply the knowledge, spread it across. And as Dr. Eric just said, we need to promote it. Talk about it, whomsoever you meet. Don't think, kya sochenge, kya nahi sochenge. Nahi. This is my earth. I don't have any second planet B. I have to make it succeeding. So do it. Every drop counts, and I mean it. Please, everyone, take initiative, and yes, we can beat climate change. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your motivational words. We believe that we all have the capacity to bring about change. There are many individuals, institutions, associations, and organizations that are tirelessly working in this space. Mitti Bachao, or Save the Soil Initiative by Isha Foundation, is one such global movement, uniting people to stand up for soil health. 52% of agricultural soil is already degraded, and lack of organic content turns soil into sand. Direct effect is food crisis, water scarcity, loss of biodiversity, loss of livelihood, climate change, conflict, and migration, just to name a few. I invite Mr. Anuj Grover, Senior Volunteer, Save the Soil, to address the gathering.
Good morning. Am I audible in the end? Great. So, I had a video planned to be shared, but we will skip that for now in the interest of time. the hosts already introduced the safe soil movement to you, so I will not even spend time on that. But what I would want to talk about is the fact that each one of us can be agents of change and make a very significant impact on the future of life on this planet. Sadhguru launched this Conscious Planet movement in 2020. That was about an year and a half back. That was the first time he mentioned or he spoke about a safe soil movement in any public forum. After that, hundreds of volunteers worked relentlessly day and night to create a handbook which not only listed the importance of soil and organic content in the soil for human well-being, but also listed various things. In fact, Sadhguru gave a guideline that there should be 5 things that every country should do. And these 5 things are not constant. What is done is that across the different latitudes, in the tropical region, in the temperate region, in the Arctic region, in different regions, there will be different activities that people have to do to retain and maintain quality of soil. So for across these different latitudinal zones, there are separate guidelines of 5 things that each of the countries in that area should do. And there are also at least 2 things that should not be done in that particular zone because they are extremely detrimental to the soil health. So once this thing was getting ready, Sadhguru set out on a 100-day bike journey from London to Coimbatore in South India. That is 30,000 kilometers over 100 days on a bike. So frankly, at your age, bike rides sound romantic. My age too, they may sound romantic. But at his age of 65, a bike ride across frozen lands, across deserts, across frigid areas, that kind of climate, and that too 30,000 kilometers, day in and day out, riding on a bike. And he was not just riding bikes. Every day he was conducting at least 2 or 3 public sessions or press interactions or interactions with government dignitaries to communicate the message that soil is going extinct. In the afternoon, there is a detailed session on what soil extinction means and what each one of us can do to prevent that. So much more details there. But I just wanted to highlight that at the age of 65, Sadhguru traveled 30,000 kilometers across 28 countries, talking to dignitaries from across different countries and forums like UN Forum for Climate Change and so on. And at the end of this 100 days, what we get is 3.9 billion people across the world today know about the soil, the problem that is facing our soils. That is more than 60% of the world population. Just in 100 days, he could achieve that. That was possible also because of a very strong social media intervention that volunteers did, people like you and I, who are not traveling with him, but were spreading the message of safe soil on social media. Sadhguru says that today we have the technology to bring about very meaningful change, even as a single lone change agent. And we should not miss out on this opportunity. I'm reminded of a very old proverb or a saying which says that one who doesn't read is no better than one who cannot. In the same way, when we have the capacity, when we have the ability and the technology to bring about a change, because we are privileged, because we have access to our phones, we have access to the internet, even then if we do not bring about that positive impact, then we are no better than those who do not have that access. So I would like to close this by asking each one of us to be a change agent within ourselves. Soil is crucial to human survival. Sadhguru says that in the world today, human beings are the biggest problem. He gives the example that let us imagine, 10 million locusts or 10 billion locusts actually invade the planet, and they spread all over the place. What happens? What would we do as societies? We would gas them, we would use pesticides, we will do whatever it takes to kill those locusts, is it not? This one species of human beings has done exactly the same thing to the planet. We can't do the same to us. What we can do to us is become more conscious, become more aware, become more responsible for each and every action that we take. That is why consciousplanet.org. I would request each one of you to become an Earth buddy, to go to consciousplanet.org and sign up as a friend of the Earth and take up just 5-minute action on a daily basis to bring about a positive change. Thank you and all the best.
That's enough food for thought. With soil quality depleting, we don't know how long we have food on our plate. The world and the body are composed of 5 elements that cannot be neglected. For long, without thought, without care, man has been playing havoc on the 5 elements of nature: fire, water, earth, wind, space, taking them for granted. We choose to live in an illusion away from the reality of these elements being exploited. We know the problem, yet do so little about it. It is time now to start seeing things clearly through the frosted grass, presenting a dance hailing the elements of nature's Panch Mahabhuta by MRIS Noida.
जगदानंद कंदाय प्रणतार्ति दुराय च नीलाचल निवासाय
Panchabhuta, the 5 elements in God's grand creation. The very first element is the Prithvi. The Mother Earth holds us in her divine embrace from the beginning of life. At the behest of the Lord, Prithvi cares and nurtures all living things as a mother. Apa, water, the source of life, the purifier of human action. Water, which sustains and nourishes all living things, veritably bathes all forms of life with freshness and vigor. Jala, the life-giving source. Teja, the benign warmth and the palpable presence of Agni, born from the Vedas, the primordial wisdom. The lamp that throws light upon the darkness, the ultimate vanquisher of the most destructive enemy of mankind, ignorance. Maruta, Vayu, the mystique of the ether, the invisible but ever-present air, which continually breathes life into the cosmos. Vyama, the formless Akasha, the Anakaram that stretches beyond all limits, that sweeps beyond all imagination into infinity. Akasham is the conveyance of all vibration. It is the sky that transports the divine nada to the human experience, that positions itself between Bhumi and the cosmos.
Shri Panchabhutaya Shanti Shri Ganeshaya शांति शांति।
That was a breathtaking performance. Our next distinguished guest is Dr. Pranab J. Patar, Chief Executive, Indo-American Environmental Charity Global Foundation for Advancement on Environment and Human Wellness. He is unable to join us physically today as he is down with a viral, but he will be joining us virtually. Let's hear it for him with a huge round of applause. Unfortunately, right now we're not able to hear him because of some technical issue. But moving onward, may I invite Dr. Amit Bhalla, Vice President MREI, and our chief guest of the day to come up on stage and share his thoughts. Sir, you have always been there as a strong pillar of support behind us, a champion of sustainable living. You are a storehouse of knowledge yourself. This event wouldn't have been possible without your guidance. We would love to hear your valuable thoughts on Manav Rachna as a crusader of change.
Good morning everyone. यार good morning अच्छी किया करो please. Good morning. Yes. You know, this is one thing which I am trying for last 21 years now. Since I am here at Manav Rachna after completing my MBA, ये हम good morning अच्छी नहीं करते. And one of my principal, Seema ji, she instead of talking about good morning, she always says happy morning. So I'm trying to learn that how do we start our good day with a good smile, with some bright ideas and happy faces. So good morning again. Okay. So at first I would like to thank Ash and the entire POP family who has been kind enough to work with us in this area of sustainability, which is definitely very close to our heart as Manav Rachna educational institutions. You know, I was sitting there and thinking that what is it that I should talk about today. So first thing which comes to my mind was that you know, we need to confess that each one of us is saying that we are a young nation, and you, the future of this nation, the young nation, you can do wonders around the climate change. This is what you can do. We are giving you multiple options. But I would first like to confess that, the world what I got in my childhood, I'm not giving it to you. So who is responsible for that? We are responsible for it. I have used this, I'm on this planet for last 44 years. And I'm seeing a lot of young kids here, maybe 8, 9, 10, 13, 14, 15, 16. You have used it lesser than what I have used. So whatever I have created, or whatever we have created, or whatever we have used, or whatever exploitations we have done, now we want you to work on that. So I personally feel that it is something which we have to accept. As one of the speaker was saying, our world was not like that 75 years back. So out of 75 years, I am the one who have used it for 44 years. Maybe somebody else would have used it for some more number of years. So it is, first responsibility is ours, then it is yours. So we talk about future, we talk about next generation. What is it that we are giving? So that thought always triggers me, that what world we are living, or what world we want to see our kids to be in, or the next generation to be in. That's how our journey for learning around sustainability, what we can do through our schools, through our university started. So we at Manav Rachna institutions, we started aligning our curriculum with different sustainable development goals. That was our first step. So whenever we used to sit with our school leadership, I always used to ask them, if we are doing something, what impact it has on any of the SDG. Can we create our activities like that? Can we think of doing it like that? So that triggered, and that gave us this thought and this idea of establishing certain programs, certain curriculums, meeting people who are doing some fantastic work in these fields. And you are seeing a lot of speakers, a lot of people who are contributing in different avenues which will eventually impact the climate change. So the idea started because of confession. Then we started collaborating with everyone, and now all of us are co-learning what is to be done. I would just like to congratulate each one of you who is present here, because this is one step which will take you back home. You will go back home and discuss with your family. Once you'll go back, parents will ask, "Aaj kya kiya?" Somebody might talk about, "Ki university mein gaye, this is what I like, this is what I didn't like." You might speak about some new friends, what you will make here. But I'm sure everybody will talk about climate change once you go back home. I'll just share one story with you. I was one person who always used to love Diwali a lot, because I used to burst a lot of crackers in my childhood. And when we started our first school in Sector 21C, that was the time when I saw that we also do anti-cracker rallies. So first Diwali without a cracker was like, I was sitting at home, I was seeing everybody bursting crackers, I was seeing everybody playing with different things, and I was wearing a nice kurta pajama and, there in the lawn, in the driveway, and just watching up and down and seeing that, why can't I do it? Why can't I do that? And one kid in our family, the youngest one, she also wanted to burst crackers. So coincidentally, she was the one person who was leading that rally in the school where she was studying, and she had her picture on the same day, a day prior to Diwali, that Manav Rachna mein bachon ne anti-cracker rally nikali, and her photograph was there, taking that placard in her hand, little girl, and she was there. So she says, "Ki Chachu, we can't do this, because now I am also there. Now people know that I was one person who was driving an anti-cracker rally." So that was one incident which stopped this in our entire house, in my friend circle, families. But I am confessing, during my childhood, I was the one who used to start in the evening, and 2 or 3 days prior to Diwali and 2 or 3 days after Diwali, because that is what I enjoy doing it. But now I realize that, I could have avoided that. So the young kids who are here, you can educate us, you can train us, you can motivate us. How many of you throw paper out of your car now? I'm sure no one of us, none of us. But there was a time when in my childhood, I used to do that. Because I at that time I was thinking, it is somebody else's job to do it. बहुत लोग हैं जो सड़क साफ करेंगे. I have to keep my car clean. So my focus was my car. My focus was not my society. It was not my world. You people are fortunate that at this age we are discussing, we are talking, we have created these platforms where we want you all to help us in repair what we have done. Help us to feel less guilty of what we have done. And just believe in yourself. My only suggestion to each one of you is here, don't wait for somebody to start something. Try and start something of your own. You can do a small contribution. Pick up anything. Live a sustainable lifestyle. Try and do it whatever you want. Don't think that इसका कोई impact नहीं होगा. मैं अकेला इससे क्या कर सकता हूँ? ऐसा नहीं होता. Please start something. Please start something which your heart and your mind says that yes, it will have a positive impact on climate change. It will have a positive impact on the society. अपने लिए सब करते हैं. Do it for yourself. There is nothing harm in that. But do something for others. Do something for society. That is the only message which I would like to share with you. Whatever you are doing, just do something for others. If 99% for yourself, 1%, I'm sure that 1% will tomorrow get converted into 99% because it is addictive. Once you do it, then you are gone. So take that addiction in yourself. And once again, would like to thank all school leadership here, all principals across Manav Rachna schools, all those guests who have joined online, in particular Ash, Ananjit, who is sitting here. He is also one, actually a person who believes in changing. He's a reformer. He knows how to build a change movement. So thank you, Ananjit, for supporting all the school ecosystem in doing this. And of course, all my students who are present here. Please help me so that I can be less guilty. Thank you, and thank you very much.
So I think whatever we have been hearing since morning, is any of this new to us? Is any of this new to us? We are aware of it, but what are we doing about it? Okay, if you have started that, wonderful. But then each one of us, if we go out by the end of the day or even after the end of the session and try to make one change in our life, I think we'll be able to do our bit to it. We are the first generation to be affected by the effects of the climate change. And we are the only generation that can do something about it and leave a better world for the ones to come. A lot of discussion and thought has gone to plan today's event. Right from the ID cards that we are wearing, to the food packets, the way it has to be handled down to the students, what has to go inside, how can we reduce our carbon footprint throughout the day, including the decorations in the venues. We have tried to cut down and bring it to minimal and use digital aid as much as possible. So that's the message that the event wants to bring to all of you. With this, we come to the close of the inaugural ceremony. May I request all the students to please sit down. All the students, please be settled. We come to the close of the inaugural ceremony. A big thank you to our chief guest, Dr. Amit Bhalla sir, all the dignitaries present here today, for providing us this platform to be talking about things that we are all aware of. But again, idea is that by the end of the day, we are sensitized enough to do something about it. After this, the guests will be escorted by ma'am to the reception area. Once that is done, we will start with the student movement. Students of minimalist
I'm very honored and excited to join and celebrate this wonderful event as India's first awareness fest on climate action hosted by Manav Rachna and the pop movement.
Buenas tardes, muy buenos días a todos ustedes que el día de hoy nos están acompañando a este magno evento. Les enviamos un caluroso saludo desde donde se encuentran. Es muy difícil hablar en 2 minutos de algo tan importante como este evento y como lo que este evento representa para todos nosotros. Así que me voy a permitir dar lectura a este mensaje que he escrito para todos ustedes.
Hi everybody, I am Sankalp Suman. I am the co-founder of Offset Go and I got the National Youth Icon Award at the Parliament just in April this year. So, I'm very happy that I get to address all of you today, especially this youth summit, and talking to all of you young people who are actually the real stakeholders of environment. And I'm very glad with Manav Rachna and all the other parties that are involved in this pop talks for organizing this event. So I'm sorry that I cannot be there in person. I'm here in South India right now. We're working on carbon credits and climate action over here. And that is the substance of my talk today.
Hey, listen, let me put this with precision. The goal being exposing the climate condition. The earth is heating, it's ourselves we're cheating by repeatedly saying there's nothing wrong. For years, we have been deceived. Had those been put to use, much could have been achieved. Let's save our seas, our soil and our air. Right now is the time to care, or it'll all end in despair. Glaciers are melting, sea levels are rising. World leaders, please don't expect something surprising. Let us all refuse to be a part of this devastation and let us pledge to become a sustainable nation. This isn't a topic of dispute. Let us all raise our voice and contribute. I, Rohan Pillai, would like to invite you all to hashtag #PopIndiaTalks on 18th of August 2020.
Good morning, viewers, and welcome to the live streaming of Pop India Talks. This fest focuses on climate change action and is also going to talk about the volunteers across the world, the youth-driven movement as it is. And we look across that how knowledge-inspired initiatives and actions are being taken by young people across to see that the carbon emissions, the greenhouse gases emissions, how do they mitigate that, how do they reduce that. And India again has a mission that we're going to talk about net zero emissions by 2070. I call upon you, invite you to enjoy the live streaming of all the areas here. Listen to the inspiring stories, listen to the business ideas, and listen to our experts who have come from various zones, from WaterAid India, from the people who have been working for years together in this area to motivate the young enthusiasts. So listen to all of this, comment on this, like the things that you like here, and also let us know what else can be brought in this fest or this area, and what initiative you at your level are taking for the same. So we'll be very, very eagerly waiting, and we'd like to create a big community focusing on the same issue so that we are able to make some substantial contribution to this. So again, happy viewing, and stay with us and watch the live streaming. Thank you.
I'm very honored and excited to join and celebrate this wonderful event as India's first awareness fest on climate action, hosted by Manav Rachna and the Pop Movement.
Buenas tardes, muy buenos días a todos ustedes que el día de hoy nos están acompañando a este magno evento. Les enviamos un caluroso saludo desde donde se encuentran. Es muy difícil hablar en 2 minutos de algo tan importante como este evento y como lo que este evento representa para todos nosotros. Así que me voy a permitir dar lectura a este mensaje que he escrito para todos ustedes.
Hi everybody, I am Sankalp Suman. I am the co-founder of Offset Go, and I got the National Youth Icon Award at the Parliament just in April this year. So, I'm very happy that
I'm very honored and excited to join and celebrate this wonderful event as India's first awareness fest on climate action, hosted by Manav Rachna and the Pop Movement.
Buenas tardes, muy buenos días a todos ustedes que el día de hoy nos están acompañando a este magno evento. Les enviamos un caluroso saludo desde donde se encuentran. Es muy difícil hablar en 2 minutos de algo tan importante como este evento y como lo que este evento representa para todos nosotros. Así que me voy a permitir dar lectura a este mensaje que he escrito para todos ustedes.
Hi everybody, I am Sankalp Suman. I am the co-founder of Offset Go and I got the National Youth Icon Award at the Parliament just in April this year. So, I'm very happy that I get to address all of you today, especially this youth summit, and talking to all of you young people who are actually the real stakeholders of environment. And I'm very glad with Manav Rachna and all the other parties that are involved in this POP Talks for organizing this event. So I'm sorry that I cannot be there in person. I'm here in South India right now. We're working on carbon credits and climate action over here. And that is the substance of my talk today.
Hey, listen, let me put this with precision. The goal being exposing the climate condition. The earth is heating, it's ourselves we're cheating by repeatedly saying there's nothing wrong. For years, we have been deceived. Had those been put to use, much could have been achieved. Let's save our seas, our soil and our air. Right now is the time to care, or it'll all end in despair. Glaciers are melting, sea levels are rising. World leaders, please don't expect something surprising. Let us all refuse to be a part of this devastation and let us pledge to become a sustainable nation. This isn't a topic of dispute. Let us all raise our voice and contribute. I, Rohan Pillai, would like to invite you all to hashtag #PopIndiaTalks on 18th August 2020.
honored and excited to join and celebrate this wonderful event as India's first awareness fest on climate action, hosted by Manav Rachna and the Pop Movement.
Buenas tardes, muy buenos días a todos ustedes que el día de hoy nos están acompañando a este magno evento. Les enviamos un caluroso saludo desde donde se encuentran. Es muy difícil hablar en 2 minutos de algo tan importante como este evento y como lo que este evento representa para todos nosotros. Así que me voy a permitir dar lectura a este mensaje que he escrito para todos ustedes.
Hi everybody, I am Sankalp Suman. I am the co-founder of Offset Go and I got the National Youth Icon Award at the Parliament in April this year. So, I'm very happy that I get to address all of you today, especially this youth summit, and talking to all of you young people who are actually the real stakeholders of environment. And I'm very glad with Manav Rachna and all the other parties that are involved in this pop talks for organizing this event. So I'm sorry that I cannot be there in person. I'm here in South India right now. We're working on carbon credits and climate action over here. And that is the substance of my talk today.
Good morning, viewers, and welcome to the live streaming of Pop India Talks. This fest focuses on climate change action and is also going to talk about the volunteers across the world, the youth-driven movement as it is. And we look across that how knowledge-inspired initiatives and actions are being taken by young people across to see that the carbon emissions, the greenhouse gases emissions, how do they mitigate that, how do they reduce that. And India again has a mission that we're going to talk about net zero emissions by 2070. I call upon you, invite you to enjoy the live streaming of all the areas here. Listen to the inspiring stories, listen to the business ideas, and listen to our experts who have come from various zones, from WaterAid India, from the people who have been working for years together in this area to motivate the young enthusiasts. So listen to all of this, comment on this, like the things that you like here, and also let us know what else can be brought in this fest or this area, and what initiative you at your level are taking for the same. So we'll be very, very eagerly waiting, and we'd like to create a big community focusing on the same issue so that we are able to make some substantial contribution to this. So again, happy viewing, and stay with us and watch the live streaming. Thank you.
Honored and excited to join and celebrate this wonderful event as India's first awareness fest on climate action, hosted by Manav Rachna and the Pop Movement.
Buenas tardes, muy buenos días a todos ustedes que el día de hoy nos están acompañando a este magno evento. Les enviamos un caluroso saludo desde donde se encuentran. Es muy difícil hablar en 2 minutos de algo tan importante como este evento y como lo que este evento representa para todos nosotros. Así que me voy a permitir dar lectura a este mensaje que he escrito para todos ustedes.
Hi everybody, I am Sankalp Suman. I am the co-founder of Offset Go and I got the National Youth Icon Award at the Parliament in April this year. So, I'm very happy that I get to address all of you today, especially this youth summit, and talking to all of you young people who are actually the real stakeholders of environment. And I'm very glad with Manav Rachna and all the other parties that are involved in this POP Talks for organizing this event. So I'm sorry that I cannot be there in person. I'm here in South India right now. We're working on carbon credits and climate action over here. And that is the substance of my talk today.
Hey, listen, let me put this with precision. The goal being exposing the climate condition. The earth is heating, it's ourselves we're cheating by repeatedly saying there's nothing wrong. For years, we have been deceived. Had those been put to use, much could have been achieved. Let's save our seas, our soil and our air. Right now is the time to care, or it'll all end in despair. Glaciers are melting, sea levels are rising. World leaders, please don't expect something surprising. Let us all refuse to be a part of this devastation, and let us pledge to become a sustainable nation. This isn't a topic of dispute. Let us all raise our voice and contribute. I, Rohan Pillai, would like to invite you all to hashtag #PopIndiaTalks on 18th August 2020.
Good morning, viewers, and welcome to the live streaming of Pop India Talks. This fest focuses on climate change action and is also going to talk about the volunteers across the world, the youth-driven. Good morning, viewers, and welcome to the live streaming of Pop India Talks. This fest focuses on climate change action and is also going to talk about the volunteers across the world, the youth-driven movement as it is. And we look across that how knowledge-inspired initiatives and actions are being taken by young people across to see that the carbon emissions, the greenhouse gases emissions, how do they mitigate that, how do they reduce that. And India again has a mission that we're going to talk about net zero emissions by 2070. I call upon you, invite you to enjoy the live streaming of all the areas here. Listen to the inspiring stories, listen to the business ideas, and listen to our experts who have come from various zones, from WaterAid India, from the people who have been working for years together in this area to motivate the young enthusiasts. So listen to all of this, comment on this, like the things that you like here, and also let us know what else can be brought in this fest or this area, and what initiative you at your level are taking for the same. So we'll be very, very eagerly waiting, and we'd like to create a big community focusing on the same issue so that we are able to make some substantial contribution to this. So again, happy viewing and stay with us and watch the live streaming. Thank you. Good morning, viewers, and welcome to the live streaming of Pop India Talks. This fest focuses on climate change action and is also going to talk about the volunteers across the world, the youth-driven movement as it is. And we look across that how knowledge-inspired
Vice Head Girl Sia Jain from MRIS 21C Faridabad would like to extend a warm welcome to all distinguished guests, Mrs. Sanyogita Sharma, Director, Manav Rachna International Schools, all the esteemed principals, teachers, and dear students to this one-of-a-kind fest. In the words of Robert Swan, the greatest threat to our planet is the belief that someone else will save it. Protect our planet. Yes, it's time we take an initiative to develop a life-transforming habit, that of living with minimum resources. A minimalistic lifestyle involves living with fewer resources and yet being satisfied. It is by no means a radical lifestyle, but rather an optimal one. Change is one of the greatest threats that our planet is facing today, and amongst the various ways to combat it is leading a minimalistic lifestyle.
Art encompasses diverse media and helps in free expression of ideas and emotions, communicate information, shape our everyday lives, make a social statement, and be enjoyed for aesthetic beauty. I hope we can touch the chords of your heart with the performances that will be presented here today. Through these performances, we want to convey that we just can't consume our way to a more sustainable world.
Well, waste isn't waste until we waste it. On that thought, I invite students of MRIS 51 Gurugram for the presentation which conveys the message, celebrate the beauty of our world by protecting it through your actions. Let's hear it for them.
The earth is the only world that we've got. Until now, trash is the only thing that we've got. But now we must take it seriously in our minds, take care of our personal earth and stop being blind. This is the time for us to get awakened, like an oath taken to save earth.
In the ocean, keep your motion, save us. Like the wind that's always blowing, keep growing, save us. Like the sunlight in the daytime, now you must shine, save us. How I treasure every minute, be part of the beginning. Let's pledge to save us. Over in the ocean, keep your motion, save us. Like the wind that's always blowing, keep growing, save us. Like the sunlight in the daytime, now you must shine, save us. How I treasure every minute, be part of the beginning. Let's pledge to save us. I've traveled every country, I've traveled in my mind. I've seen the burning countries, but you should make the time. And somewhere lies the answer to all the questions why. What really makes the difference between our dead and living things? Their will to stay alive. Like a roller in the ocean.
Thank you, dear students, for that thoughtful message. I take the privilege of acknowledging the presence of Mrs. Taruna Vashish, Principal MRIS Mohali, Dr. Suchitra Bhattacharya, Principal MRIS Chamwood, and Mrs. Seema Anis, Principal MRIS 21C. On that note, I request our guiding light, our leader, who always encourages us to strive for excellence, Mrs. Seema Anis, Principal MRIS 21C Faridabad, to share her thoughts regarding climate change with all of us. A big round of applause for her.
Just a little before afternoon, so happy morning, everyone. I got a good response, so that's encouraging. And because I haven't prepared much, so you wouldn't need to suffer much, I'm going to borrow things from two different people. One is Mr. Anuj, who spoke in the morning today. I don't know whether he's Isha Foundations. He was representing Isha Foundations. So I'm going to borrow a little from him of what he said. You know, and of course the badges that we wear, which Mrs. Surabhi has reminded us of, we have to be the crusaders. So that all of us know. But when she asked whether there was anything new that was told or whether anything new we encountered throughout the day, I have a yes to that. The guilt that I have used it for more than the person who spoke today through his heart, that he has used it for 44 years, that's when it struck me that I have used it for 53 years. So my guilt is much heavier, and I really, really thank Mr. Amit for making us realize that. And this festival, of course, for helping us realize and pledge that we're not going to continue doing the same while we expect you to relieve us of this guilt. Because it's Save the Soil, so, and Isha Foundation plays a vital role here. So I would really, really like to quote Sadhguru over here, the way he talks about gratitude. The whole world is going gaga over the very popular adage, gratitude is an attitude. And he negates it. He says, no, gratitude is not an attitude. Gratitude is that flow of beautiful emotion that flows out of you when you've received something as worthwhile as that emotion flowing out of you, and that's when you are grateful. So let us do things to earn this gratefulness from our coming generations. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your thoughtful message, dear ma'am. Before we move on to our next presentation, let us all think about the things that we do every day that we have an adverse impact on our planet. Do we think twice before damaging the only home we have? What are the steps that we can take to bring about a change? Any of you would like to answer? What are the steps that we can take to bring about a change in our environment? Yes, please. Very nice. Living a minimalistic life. So keeping this thought in mind, we move towards our next presentation from our students of MRIS Chamwood about coming together to bring about a change. A huge round of applause for them.
Wow, that was a wonderful message, my dear friends. Thank you. Greta Thunberg, who is she? I'm sure you have heard or read about her. No? A person who feels that no one is too small to make a difference. This Swedish environmental activist is known for challenging world leaders to take immediate action for climate change mitigation. We students have the power to bring about a change. We are the future, but we must start today if we want a better tomorrow. On that note, I would like to invite Mr. Prikshit, a youth icon who consistently participates in events organized by Paryavaran Gatividi. I request him to share his experiences with us. Thank you.
Yeah. Hello everyone, my name is Parikshit and I'm from Chitkara University. I'm a pre-ultimate final year student. I'm pursuing my computer science. And before I begin this complete conversation about environment and why it is necessary, let me take you down to a story of my personal life. Not very personal, that is I'm sharing it on a means of a presentation, but never mind. So this that you see is a video of a bed, and on this bed is this box. Ab is box mein is very close to my heart. When I first bought it, this was my first musical instrument that I bought. I was like, हाँ, मैं तो बहुत excited हूँ. अभी Snapchat खोल लेता हूँ, पूरी वीडियो बना लूँगा बिल्कुल starting से. Can you guess what instrument can it be? Wow, you guessed me right. Oh, all right, next. So this is me. And I was like, first day guitar उठाया and I was like, हाँ, अब तो बस गिटार ही सीखना है, अब तो बस हर एक को jealous कर देना है गिटार सीखकर. And I was very excited. You can see my excitement. This is 1:32 a.m. in the evening, in the morning, 21st Jan, and I wrote on the Snapchat story, winners never quit and quitters never win. And I was like so excited, मैं तो बस 2 दिन में गिटार सीखकर and सब कुछ खत्म कर दूंगा. What happens 1 year down the line? Do I become the best guitarist this world has ever seen? Well, next slide. Oh, someone already knows it. Next slide. Slide भी slow हो गई मेरी तरह. Never mind. Yeah, so this is my guitar being packed up in a luggage of suitcases, in a series of suitcases. I guess this is the only first time that I used my guitar and I never touched it. But you know what I did? This more interesting thing that I did. Next slide. Click the Instagram pictures because obviously, why not? पहले दिन जब गिटार आया तो starting में बस photos डाल दिया और बस अब तो मैं ही guitarist हूँ. But do you think this is my story alone? Not really, right? We all buy products that we no longer use in search of excitement. हम बुक्स लेकर आते हैं क्योंकि हमें पढ़ना पसंद है, बट फिर वो 2 दिन के बाद वो बुक्स हम कभी पढ़ ही नहीं पाते. हम PS3 गेम्स लेकर आते हैं, हेडफोन्स लेकर आते हैं, ऐसी अनगिनत बहुत सारी चीजें लेकर आते हैं जो हम कभी यूज नहीं करते हैं, और 1-2 दिन के बाद उसका जोश खत्म हो जाता है और एक्साइटमेंट खत्म हो जाती है. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड. So all of these products, be it the football, be it you want to become Sachin Tendulkar or Virat Kohli, you never do it. You never go to the very maximum. A lot of us fail to do that. But what happens to these instruments and products? They left unremained, unnoticed in our closets. And this is not my story alone. This is all of your stories in one way or other. इसी के लिए ये प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व करने के लिए कि चलो मैं गिटार नहीं सीख सकता, क्या कोई और है जो गिटार सीखना चाहता है? हम में से बहुत सारे लोग हो जाते हैं. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड. All of this, it is not just me. As a college student, we all have limited budget, unused products, and a very small closet. तो ये सब चीजें started pestering me, started making me anxious about कि क्या कर सकते हैं हम? Can we make a change about this? Next slide. So college students have limited budget to buy products for their interests and hobbies, and a lot of idle products that becomes a liability. So आपको समझ आ रहा है ये कि हम में से बहुत सारे बच्चे हैं जो ये प्रोडक्ट्स तो खरीदते हैं, पर क्योंकि हम उसे इतना यूज नहीं कर पाते हैं, वो हमारे एक बोझ बन जाती है, एक लायबिलिटी बन जाती है. और क्या ये सिर्फ हमारे लिए नहीं, इसमें बहुत सारे एसेट्स यूज होते हैं जो हमारे वर्ल्ड को कंट्रीब्यूट करते हैं. बी इट द वुड, बी इट प्लास्टिक, क्या क्या ना जाने क्या क्या चीजें, मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, इलेक्ट्रिसिटी, ये सब चीजों से ये प्रोडक्ट्स बनते हैं, पर हमारे क्लोजेट में ये एक सिर्फ शो पीस की तरह रह जाते हैं. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड. That brought me to Leasify. Leasify is sustainable leasing made easy for students. तो अगर इमेजिन करते हैं एक सिनेरियो जिसमें आप अपने स्कूल में हो, या मान लीजिए मैं एक कॉलेज में हूं, अब ये कॉलेज में बहुत सारे बच्चे जो गिटार सीखना चाहते हैं, तो क्या ऐसा हो सकता है कि मेरे बहुत सारे प्रोडक्ट्स जो हैं उनको मैं रेंट पर दे दूं? अब क्योंकि मुझे एक डिलीवरी एजेंट की जरूरत नहीं है, क्योंकि मेरे कॉलेज के बच्चे ही, या आपके केस में आपके स्कूल के बच्चे ही वो प्रोडक्ट्स को रेंट पर ले सकते हैं आपसे. एंड दैट इज व्हाई आई केम अप विद द आइडिया कॉल्ड लीजीफाई. लीजिंग मतलब रेंटिंग को ईजीफाई करना, तो लीजीफाई, दैट इज व्हाट द नेम वाज. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड. So I have this product that I no longer use, and you have this product that you are in eager need of. Between comes Leasify that connects these two people, and then becomes your products get accessible to everyone inside your college or in your schools. Next slide. So why leasing? हम renting क्यों perform, हमें क्यों practice करनी चाहिए? ज़्यादातर ये सामान खरीदने से सबसे पहले पैसे बचते हैं. Experience, flexibility and convenience. अगर आपको ये product नहीं पसंद आया तो आप कोई और प्रोडक्ट रेंट पे ले सकते हैं. तीसरा, इट रिड्यूसेस अ लॉट ऑफ वेस्ट. वी विल कम टू दिस लेटर. कन्वीनियंटली लोकेटेड, अगर आपके स्कूल के अंदर ही या आपके कॉलेज के अंदर ही वो सारे प्रोडक्ट्स आपको मिल जाए जो आपको कभी ना कभी शौक था करने का, या कभी ना कभी ऐसी शर्ट पहनने का जो आपको सिर्फ एक दिन यूज आएगी. हम में से कितने सारे बच्चे वो जैकेट्स लेते हैं, वो कोट पैंट्स लेते हैं जो हम एक दिन पहनते हैं, बट उसके बाद वो अनयूज्ड रह जाते हैं. तो ऐसा कुछ हो सकता है क्या कि ये जैकेट हर कोई यूज कर पाए जो सेम साइज का हो? दैट इज व्हाट ब्रॉट मी टू लीजीफाई. सो ट्रायल रन्स एंड एवरीथिंग, कि अलग अलग जगहों पे आप ट्राई कर सकते हो डिफरेंट डिफरेंट प्रोडक्ट्स को. दैट इज व्हाई आई पर्सनली प्रेफर लीजिंग. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड. सो दीज वर द 4 वर्टिकल्स दैट लीजीफाई ऑफर्स. मैं आपको क्विकली एक डाउन दे देता हूं. तो सबसे पहले हम क्या करते हैं? सबसे पहले लीजीफाई पे हम ये करते हैं कि अगर मेरे पास एक गिटार है तो आई एम द टेनेंट. मुझे क्या बोलेंगे? टेनेंट. जो सेकंड वाला है, जो पार्टी है जिसको चाहिए, वो होगा जो इसको लीज पर लेगा, तो उसे हम लेसर बोलते हैं. तो टेनेंट और लेसर को कनेक्ट करने के लिए हमने लीजीफाई बनाया. पर ऐसी शायद कुछ चीजें हो सकती है ना जो बहुत ज्यादा डिमांड में हो, या ऐसी कुछ चीजें आपके स्कूल या कॉलेजेस में जो अवेलेबल ही ना हो. फीफा की फुटबॉल क्या पता मानव रचना स्कूल में हो ही ना किसी बच्चे के पास. दैट इज वेयर वी कम विद आवर सेकंड वर्टिकल, वेयर वी इन हाउस प्रोडक्ट्स. तो अगर हमें लग रहा है कि गिटार की बहुत ज्यादा डिमांड आ रही है तो हम गिटार को खरीद कर अपनी फैक्ट्री में रख लेंगे. तो मानव रचना यूनिवर्सिटी के अगर बच्चों को, या मानव रचना स्कूल के अगर बच्चों को गिटार चाहिए और गिटार स्टॉक आउट है लीजिंग में, तो वो हम प्रोवाइड करेंगे. सो ऐसे करके, ओके, दिस इज जूम. वियर्ड. मानव रचना हैप्पी टाइम्स. Yeah, all right. So these were the 2 things. Second were college specific gig posting. अब ये schools में भी होता है. यार प्लीज यार, मैं ये जो नेहा है ना, मैं राहुल हूँ. नेहा तो ना, बस नेहा मैंने पूरा प्रोजेक्ट लिख लिया है, बस फिगर्स तुम बना दो. ये मैंने पूरा काम कर लिया है, बस ड्राइंग तुम कर दो. तुम थिएटर में बहुत अच्छे हो, मुझे थिएटर सिखा दो. अगर तुम एक्टिंग में अच्छे हो तो एक्टिंग सिखा दो. अगर तुम सिंगिंग में अच्छे हो तो मुझे सिंगिंग, पब्लिक स्पीकिंग, ऐसी बहुत सारी चीजें हैं जिसमें आप स्किल्ड हैं पर आप बाकी बच्चों को सिखाना चाहते हैं. तो आप ये लीजीफाई प्लेटफॉर्म पर अपनी स्किल्स को लिस्ट डाउन कर सकते हैं, और आपके स्कूल के बच्चे आपकी क्लासरूम अटेंड करेंगे और लीजीफाई को आपसे कनेक्ट करेंगे. सो फोर्थ वाज अपॉर्चुनिटीज एंड कोलैबोरेशंस, की बहुत सारी बड़ी कंपनीज इस चीज में पार्टिसिपेट करें और लीजीफाई को अपनाएं. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड. So this was a lease concept that I've already established to you, कि आप अपना प्रोडक्ट लीज करते हैं और सामने वाला लेता है. टोटल एड्रेसेबल मार्केट $51 मिलियन की मार्केट है. ये पता नहीं कितने नंबर्स आपको सुबह से शाम तक सुनाई देंगे. हम सबको बहुत सारे नंबर सुनाई देते हैं, तो इन नंबर्स पे ध्यान नहीं देना चाहिए. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड. सो दिस वाज द रेवेन्यू मॉडल. मैं आपको जनरली पूरा नहीं बताऊंगा बिकॉज ऑब्वियसली बहुत ज्यादा टाइम लग जाएगा, बट हम कैसे पैसे कमाएंगे. तो लीजीफाई क्या करेगा कि हर प्रोडक्ट की लिस्टिंग पर हम एक सर्विस चार्ज टैक्स करेंगे, कि अगर हमने आपको सक्सेसफुली एक गिटार रेंट पे दिलवा दिया है, सो वी चार्ज द मिनिमल फीस, फॉर एग्जांपल 20 रुपीज, 30 रुपीज. और ऐसे करके लीजीफाई कैन बी सस्टेनेबल. दिस इज नॉट फॉर कंप्लीट प्रॉफिट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन बट काइंड ऑफ सस्टेनेबल, कि हमारे जो एक्सपेंसेस लग रहे हैं वो मैनेज हो जाए. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड. सो दिस वॉज अ फ्यूचर स्टेज रेवेन्यू मॉडल. अब सब लोगों को दिखाना पड़ता है कि हाँ हम ये ऐसे पैसे कमा रहे हैं, हम ऐसे कमा रहे हैं, पैसा ही पैसा होगा, ये सब हमें दिखाना होता है. तो नेक्स्ट स्लाइड. So yeah, these are the milestones that we have achieved. I recently went to Singapore on the International Singapore Enrichment Tour, which was a completely sponsored event by the Government of India and Singapore in collaboration, where this idea, Leasify, got the best startup idea in the Singapore Chamber of Commerce and Industries by Singapore. And thank you so much. खुद की पढ़ाई करनी चाहिए, है ना? तो ठीक है, okay. We also received 1 lakh by Indigo Airlines for a contribution to environment. Then recently this week we received 5 lakhs of grant from Startup India under the Government of India scheme. Now we have to make this national model in 1 year कि एक साल के अंदर ऐसे बहुत सारे schools और colleges हों जो इस concept को adopt करें. अभी ये चंडीगढ़, पंजाब के कई 2-3 colleges में trial mode पर है. We are figuring out कि क्या क्या problems हो सकती है, क्या क्या solutions हो सकते हैं. पर उसके बाद 1 year के अंदर हम सबको इसको implement करना है बहुत सारे schools और colleges में. और fifth जो है वो है decide the damn logo. हर presentation पे हमारा logo कुछ और ही हो जाता है. ये decide करना पड़ेगा. Next slide. कि हम लोगों क्या रखें. आपको क्या लगता है, ब्लू वाला ज्यादा अच्छा लग रहा है, ब्लैक वाला अच्छा लग रहा है? ब्लैक लग रहा है ना, मुझे भी ब्लैक अच्छा लग रहा था. चलो अच्छी बात है. ब्लैक, वी आर गोइंग विद ब्लैक देन. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड. Yes. So at the very end, I would like to conclude all of this with one word: imagine. Imagine is a very strong word if you think about it. आप ये आज पॉप टॉक्स हो रही है, हम क्या ये पॉप टॉक्स का इसका छोटा सा इवेंट हम अपने 6th क्लास से नहीं करते आ रहे हैं. 6th क्लास से सेव अर्थ के स्लोगन्स, 7th क्लास में हमने सेव एनवायरनमेंट की बुक्स, ईवीएस की बुक्स में हमने कितनी बार पढ़ा है. पर अगर आज मैं आपको पूछूं कि ग्रीन डस्टबिन, येलो, ब्लैक, रेड डस्टबिन में फर्क क्या है, हम में से शायद बहुत कम बच्चे बता पाए. तो प्रॉब्लम ये नहीं है कि हम ये स्लोगन्स को ले पा रहे हैं, प्रॉब्लम ये है कि हम एजुकेशन के बेसिक रूट पर पहुंच नहीं पा रहे हैं. पहली चीज तो ये कि आपको बेसिक से एजुकेट होना है. डोंट वरी अबाउट दिस फैंसी टर्म्स, टोटल एड्रेसेबल मार्केट क्या है, CO2 एमिशंस क्या है. बट अगर आपको डस्टबिन के कलर में डिफरेंस ही नहीं पता तो हम अपने घर में किसको बताएंगे कि ये डिफरेंस क्या है. सो दिस इज वन. सेकेंड, इमेजिन. हाउ मेनी ऑफ यू नो अंबानी? शो ऑफ हैंड्स. वाओ, हर एक को पता है. ठीक है. हाउ मेनी ऑफ यू नो अडानी? वाओ, अ लॉट ऑफ यू नो दैट. सो इमेजिन नाउ. अभी सी स्टूडियो पे इमेजिन करिए, यहां पर वो सारे लोग खड़े हैं जिनके प्रोडक्ट्स आप यूज करते हैं, चाहे वो कोलगेट हो, चाहे वो अंबानी का जियो फोन हो, चाहे अडानी का फॉर्च्यून ऑयल हो. इनसे आप क्वेश्चन पूछिए कि हम आपका प्रोडक्ट क्यों लें. क्या आपका प्रोडक्ट इन्वायरमेंटल फ्रेंडली है? क्या ऐसे आप प्रोडक्ट्स, आप क्या काम कर रहे हैं जिससे हम आपका प्रोडक्ट को यूज करें विदाउट एनवायरमेंट को कुछ भी वेस्ट किए. लास्ट क्वेश्चन, एक क्विज करते हैं, एक छोटा सा क्वेश्चन. मान लीजिए एक कॉटन की टी शर्ट है, हाथ पे लिखा हुआ मैंने क्वेश्चन तो चीटिंग नहीं हो पाएगी. एक कॉटन की टी शर्ट है. कोई भी टी शर्ट या कोई भी फैब्रिक बनाने के लिए बहुत सारे वाटर और ऐसे अलग अलग रिसोर्सेज का यूज करते हैं. माई सिंपल क्वेश्चन टू यू इज, एक कॉटन टी शर्ट बनाने के लिए व्हाट डू यू थिंक कितने लीटर्स ऑफ वाटर रिक्वायर्ड होगा? योर ऑप्शंस आर, ओके वाओ, ऑलरेडी शो ऑफ हैंड्स, वेरी इंटेलिजेंट किड्स ऑलरेडी. बट ओके, योर ऑप्शन ए इज 275 liters, one cotton sheet shirt. Option B, 450 liters, one cotton t-shirt. आपका तीसरा ऑप्शन 775 liters of water for one cotton t-shirt. And your last option is 1,200 liters of water. What do you think? B, okay, we have 450 liters. C, 775. अच्छा चलो ठीक है, I'll make it easier for you. The answer for making one cotton t-shirt for all of this is all of this combined. 2,700 liters of water. 2,700 liters of water for one cotton t-shirt. One cotton t-shirt made 2,700 liters approximately. This is 900 days of drinking water for an individual. And if this does not bother us, what will? हम इन टॉक्स सुनकर जाते हैं, करके जाते हैं, पर फिर भी जब हम अपने दोस्तों के साथ वो ट्रिप पर जाते हैं तो वो कोको कोला का कैन विंडो के बाहर फेंकने में बिल्कुल नहीं झिझकते. हमें वो पता ही नहीं चलता. जब हम अपने घर में धूप, गर्मी, वो सनफीस वाला ऐड देखा कि सूरज होता है वो पाइप से सूख रहा होता है, हम इतनी गर्मी के अंदर घर पे जाते हैं और सीधा एसी का टेम्परेचर 16 कर दो, बस 16 फुल पावर. क्या हम ऐसा क्वेश्चन नहीं पूछ सकते इन इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट से कि हम 25 डिग्री ऑफ एसी से नीचे कभी करें ही ना, ऐसा एसी के अंदर ये फंक्शन बन जाए? हमें ये क्वेश्चन इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट को नहीं पूछना, हमें ये क्वेश्चन खुद को पूछना है, क्योंकि 20 years down the line, 30 years down the line, you are going to be these industrialists. You are going to run this world, and your decisions will make it possible. So as students, you have to bring a sense of innovation. क्या आप बताओ, क्या बातों से काम चलेगा? सेव स्लोगन क्या हम 6th क्लास से पढ़ रहे हैं? सेव इन्वायरमेंट हम 5th क्लास से पढ़ रहे हैं? अभी तक सोल्यूशन आया? यस, आ गया तो बढ़िया बात, मुझे भी बता दो। हमें यूज करना नहीं आया, हमें प्रैक्टिकलिटी में घुसना पड़ेगा। और यू हैव वंडरफुल चांस 20 years, 5 years, 3 years down the line. Bring up innovative projects. Don't do projects for the sake of it. And that is how we can begin. So, अब हम क्या करेंगे? एक्टिविटी करेंगे. All of you are supposed to stand up. Okay? अभी पहले सुन लो. All of you are supposed to stand up. I'll start reverse counting from 5. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we have to increase the volume of our clappings. ये क्या होगा? ये एक वेकअप कॉल होगा. तो 1 पर पूरी हाईएस्ट से वेकअप इंडिया, वेकअप इंडिया. कूल? डन? स्टैंड अप ऑल ऑफ यू. 5 से हम शुरू करेंगे, धीरे धीरे ताली. 4, 3, 2, 1 पर बहुत जोर की ताली और वेकअप इंडिया, वेकअप इंडिया. सो 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. वेकअप इंडिया, वेकअप इंडिया, वेकअप इंडिया. All right, thank you. My name was Parikshit and that was my time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Parikshit, for inspiring us. But Manav Rachna always stays a step ahead. Any guesses on this? How? Any guesses? Yes, please. So Manav Rachna has taken an initiative to put up an exhibition wherein clothes that were worn just once or twice, or those pre-loved books that were never read, have been put up for sale. So let's take maximum advantage of this.
Ma'am, I feel that water is the driving force of all nature.
Yes, Sia, water is life itself, a precious resource that needs to be preserved for the survival of every living species. Up next, we have our students from MRIS Sector 14, Faridabad, to reiterate the importance of conserving this precious life form through a mime. Let's hear it for them.
Good morning, dear audience. So, this very instant, me and my teammates are going to perform a mime act.
A mime act that depicts a concept without any words. So by this act, we'll be putting a message of
how we use water,
how we misuse it,
and what it further on leads to.
Hope you'll enjoy our performance.
That was so impactful, dear students. It is rightly said that if there is magic on this planet, it is contained in water. Now, may I please take the privilege to call upon the stage Dr. Suchitra Bhattacharya, Principal MRIS Chamwood, to enlighten us all. A huge round of applause for her.
It's amazing to see such a wonderful crowd. Good afternoon, all of you. I think the pop movement has really started. And when I talk of the youth, I always have this confidence that actually Save the Earth has started through all the youngsters, through the leaders of tomorrow. That's what we see. As our Vice President sir said, that we have wasted, and we can really see the way the young children of schools and colleges and persons like a youth like Parikshit, I think we all are doing wonders. Only thing is we need to remember that in our own way we can do a lot more. While we were preparing for this pop movement, I'm sure all the students here coming from all different schools, you had started doing a little bit of research on what to do. I think that's again, you've done a lot, you've known a lot, and you've read so much that now you're definitely going to see that you follow it. When we in Charmwood branch, when we just wanted our children to use clothes which are not being used much but can be used by many, the response was amazing. And I think that's how we really are doing an excellent job. And you see the clothes outside, there are so many which are absolutely new and which were lying down in your closet. They are there. I'm sure many of you must be picking it up either for your cousins or if not, for those helps at home. As Mr. Eric's video said, India has got so much of power because the biggest youth is India because of our population. And I think that's where we will make a change and we will be one, it said the worst or the first, and when pollution comes into consideration, and we are confident that this particular group will hold hands with many and will be in the top across the globe to show that yes, we made a difference in the climate change. That's the belief we have, and I'm sure you're all going to do it. Thank you so much, and have a wonderful day ahead. Thank you.
Thank you for your wonderful thoughts, ma'am. I am glad to share that we have amongst us Mr. Shaurya Bhalla, a student of grade 12 from United World College, Southeast Asia, who is very passionate about helping the community and preserving our environment. Shaurya, I invite you to share your thoughts with our young minds today. A huge round of applause for him.
Hi guys, happy late Independence Day. I'm a grade 12 student, as they said. I study in United World College for the past 4 years. I went there in grade 8. It's been a fun experience, but we'll talk about environment, climate now. So as a representative of the upcoming generation, it's my responsibility to preserve and respect the natural resources given to us by our planet. We are currently living in the world's third most polluted country. It alarms me to see the damage done to our environment, and the possibility of endangering human life haunts me. According to Relief Web, the global temperature has risen by almost 1 degree Celsius since the pre-industrial times. This intensity of increase cannot be explained through natural causes. Rather, it's the change in human activities. Additionally, the sea level has risen from a rate of 1.75 mm per year during 1877 to 2004 to 3.3 mm per year, which has accelerated in the last 2.5 decades, which is almost more than twice of what it was earlier. Right now, these sound like scary numbers, but the projections show how much worse it could possibly get. There will be increased number of natural disasters causing negative effect on India's population and livestock. Also, some islands and cities near the sea level may actually sink over the next few decades due to the alarming increase in sea levels caused by the constant continental glacier melting at a rapid rate. As a former Manav Rachna student, I cannot forget to mention the great work Manav Rachna is doing aligned with United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. For example, one of India's largest plantation drives was held in Faridabad in association with the Navchetna Trust. I also want to highlight the fact that our country has had the worst PM 2.5 average levels in 2019, which was around 83.2%. And I'm happy to tell you guys that it's reduced significantly. We're at a 53.2 in 2020, so I'm happy to say that we're working towards it and it's actually working. I know that all of us understand the severity of this global issue and working towards changing some habits that are not the most sustainable. But it doesn't hurt for me to remind anybody to keep practicing them in their own ecosystems and encourage others around them to do the same. I'm sure most of us heard the popular saying by Stephen Covey, "Baby steps." I think all big ideas start by its implementation through baby steps. And I know it'll be challenging for some of us to change our habits, but I think it's for the better, and it's a greater cause than just us. Thank you. I appreciate you guys giving me the time to talk here.
Thank you, Shaurya. I'm sure this was really insightful for all your peers.
At this juncture, I would like to recite a short poem by Sadhguru, Magic of Soil. The soil, the soul of all, the life upon this precious planet. Soil, the very conundrum of life and death. The only magic material that turns death into life. The magic of soil, the basis of all riches of life we see. Depleting soils can unleash the unfed gastronomic fire to burn and annihilate the very world. Let us not turn this magic into tragic. Soil, the land beneath our feet and home to a quarter of Earth's species. The next presentation is Save Soil, a Nukkad Natak by the students of MRIS Sector 46, Gurgaon. Another thought-provoking performance. Thank you.
The idea of being a minimalist is always what I wanted to put into action and implement for myself. I always look up to Mrs. Sudha Murthy. She is truly an epitome of modesty, simple living, and deep-rooted values. One of India's richest women, the chairman of the Infosys Foundation, decided to give up on unnecessary shopping. The last sari she bought was 21 years ago. From one inspiration to another, we have with us today Mr. Bhanu Agrawal, Vice President Inatus Aryabhatta. He is pursuing BCom Honours from Aryabhatta College, Delhi University. He is an eminent member of the Palash Foundation. What's interesting is that he, along with young students, visits various temples and collects used flowers which are later used to make natural dyes. I'm sure we all will agree that his idea is an inspiring one. Let's welcome him on stage.
Okay, so a very good morning to all of you. I think it's afternoon now. So myself, Bhanu Agarwal, I'm the Vice President of Inactus Aryabhat. Inactus, as you, first you can introduce yourself.
Okay, so my name is Vansh Agarwal and I'm an associate member of Inactus Aryabhat.
So before proceeding to the project Palash, which we are doing, I would like to tell you about sustainability. We all know, you might have heard about sustainability while talking about having conversations about climate change. Sustainability is something which we are compromising our needs without compromising the needs of future people. So that is sustainability. But if I ask you at this point of time how you are sustainable, many of you will answer with this, like you use paper packaging, you use conserving water and various methods, and many people will also just say that sustainability is expensive. But no, that's not only sustainability. Sustainability is a wider concept. Sustainability is a very cohesive term which we all came across. If I talk about sustainability specifically in India, sustainability is in our roots. If I tell you myself only, my parents are more sustainable than me. Why? Because if we go deeper into this, if I observe this at my place also. My mother is the person who use, हम लोग देखते हैं बचपन में कॉम्प्लेन के बॉक्सेस मम्मी जनरली दाल डालने के लिए यूज़ कर देती है. हमारे सिबलिंग्स के जो कपड़े होते हैं उसको हम लोग यूज़ करते हैं. And that is something reuse. So there are 3 R's: reduce, reuse, recycle. And many of the people at this point of time focus on recycle and the reduce part. So I just want to tell you about the belief which we follow. We follow the belief of reusing things and making the cost which we came across all over the production cost minimalistic. So let's talk about Project Palash, then I'll tell you how we are reducing the cost and all the production cost, minimizing the cost and conserving the environment.
Okay. So basically Inactus is a global platform where Inactus India is providing us a sustainable options and encouraging social entrepreneurship among youth. So Inactus Aryabhat came up with a simple idea of protecting environment by reducing waste, by reducing water pollution, air pollution. So we started with 3 different projects. Project Utkarsh, which tackles food wastage. Project Ibtida, which tackles air pollution, and Project Palash, which tackles water pollution. So India is a land of diversity with different sets of people having different mindsets, yet we fail to acknowledge a simple idea of protecting our earth from our own doings. We we create a lot of waste. Like when we open our cupboard, daily use, we see हम खोलते कबर्ड और हमें ऐसा लगता है आज तो कबर्ड में कुछ ऐसा नया है ही नहीं, हमें तो नए कपड़ों की ज़रूरत है. Why we need new clothes. Why can't we repeat the clothes again and again? We are not actors, we are not actresses. We can repeat clothes. Nobody is capturing us on our phones or any media. Why we need new clothes? So we are creating a lot of waste and we don't know the way to dispose it. That's why we are creating a lot of water pollution, air pollution, and due to this 17% of it is from floral waste. So to tackle this problem, Enactus Aryabhat started with a venture of natural dyeing. We basically dye natural, we basically dye clothes from natural dyes. We use different dyes like tea leaves, madder roots and marigold. So the journey began with a simple idea where our friend visited one wedding and he saw that a tremendous amount of floral waste is being used. And this waste was being discarded improperly, like this floral waste was used in flowing in rivers and Ganga. So to tackle this problem, we started this venture where we tried different techniques like kalamkari, leheria to dye our products. Like any other business, we also faced a road blockage. COVID came. So we started with a different venture. We started with seasonal campaigns where festivals we celebrate like Holi, Rakhi, Diwali. So we started selling products on these occasions. Like we started making hampers where with goodies we started combining our products and selling them. We gathered a great response and we didn't stop. We also started in exploring in new verticals, like we started with ether and we started with composting these floral waste. So I guess you all can you all can see that how floral waste can create so much problem. So not only this, we can see that production in a business also plays a very important part. So one of the SDGs sustainable development goal is no poverty. So to tackle this problem, we also started collecting the women who are underprivileged and cannot upstand their dreams and cannot upstand in the society. So we provided them with employment, we trained them and tell them how to dye clothes. So encouraging them also led to our next journey where we benefited more than 500 plus beneficiaries. So hence prove that sustainability starts from home, and in Enactus Aryabhat we encourage each and everyone to adopt sustainable goals and reduce fast fashion. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I would just like to tell you one thing. बिजनेसेस इस टाइम पे एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप की एज वी ऑल नो कि इस टाइम पे बहुत ज़्यादा एक वेव टाइप आई हुई है जिसके अंदर बहुत सारे स्टार्टअप्स आ रहे हैं, बहुत सारे बिजनेसेस आगे आगे निकल के आ रहे हैं. बट एक टाइम के लिए अगर मैं बोलूँ कि ओला और ऊबर और देखिए एक बार के लिए हमारी जो फैसिलिटीज़ है उसको ईज आउट कर देंगे, बट आर दे सस्टेनेबल? आगे आके आफ्टर 10 ईयर्स अगर हम लोग देखें जो इतना पोल्यूशन क्रिएट हो रहा है, जो इतना फ्लोरल वेस्ट जो मैं अभी बताया उसके पोल्यूशन क्रिएट हो रहा है, ये सारा पोल्यूशन को टैकल कौन कर रहा है? हम लोग इतना रोज डेली यूज में प्लास्टिक यूज करते हैं, देन वी जस्ट थ्रो देम. ये सारा प्लास्टिक कहाँ जा रहा है? ये सारा प्लास्टिक लैंडफिल्स में जा रहा है, विच इज इफेक्टिंग वाटर लाइफ साइकिल. सो दिस इज वॉट वी आर फोकसिंग ऑन. अगर हमारे इफ आई टॉक अबाउट प्रोजेक्ट पलाश ओनली, हमारे जो पलाश के अंदर मेन जो इक्विपमेंट्स यूज होते हैं दैट इज यूटेंसिल्स. That utensils also we are just sourcing from somewhere else. लगा अगर पतीला भी अगर हमें यूज करना है, we are just using a second hand पतीला ताकि हमें नया ना खरीदना पड़े, उससे हमारी कॉस्ट बचे एंड उससे एक प्रोडक्ट जो किसी की नीड है या फिर आगे इन्वायरमेंट को जैसे भी हेल्प कर सकता है वो करे. अपार्ट फ्रॉम दैट, अपार्ट फ्रॉम ऑल दोज इक्विपमेंट्स, जिससे हमारी प्रोडक्शन वाला पार्ट हो रहा है. एंड हमें किसी भी बिजनेस के लिए प्रोडक्शन करनी होती है, उसके लिए हमें लेबर चाहिए होती है. सो फॉर द लेबर पार्ट वी आर प्रोवाइडिंग एम्प्लॉयमेंट टू द अंडर प्रिविलेज वुमेन्स, जिससे कि उन्हें भी एम्प्लॉयमेंट मिले, हमारा भी काम हुए एंड एक तरीके से उनको भी लर्निंग हुए. एंड दैट इज व्हाट Enactus इज डूइंग. At this point of time, Enactus is in around 33 countries, and that is what Enactus is doing is like in each college there is only one Enactus, and one Enactus have their own projects. So that's how a lot of projects, a lot of businesses are coming out. Thank you so much.
My heartiest thanks to both of you for your enriching thoughts. We have participants of business challenges here with us to share their wonderful ideas in the open mic session. Time to brainstorm, exchange thoughts, and collaborate, to come together and talk about our ideas of simple lifestyle changes leading to minimalistic living. I request Mrs. Nandini Avasthi to take over for the open mic session.
Thank you, Ms. Manisha. Before we move on, I would like to compliment Ms. Manisha and Ms. Sia Jain for the wonderful way you've threaded the session so far. Thank you. And business, we just heard about business from some of our students here, some in grade 12, some in college. What better than Manav Rachna International Schools giving their students an opportunity to explore their potential and come up with business ideas. So business challenges, as you all know, was one of the sessions for our students to participate in, and we have few of our presenters from the business challenge, so the business challengers. May I welcome the business challengers, group 1 business challengers here on stage. After tea compost, that was one of the ideas that was presented in the business challenge. May I welcome the team for after tea compost. Are they here? After tea compost. All right. The second business idea that was proposed by students of MRIS 46 was Sustain a Cell. Is the team here? Sustain a Cell? All right, may we please have you on stage? Here we have the young business challengers from MRIS 46. On stage with us. Please introduce yourselves and share your idea with your peers here.
So, good afternoon everyone. Today we are going to present our business idea. So, first of all, I have a question that how many of you have seen the Glucon-D wala ad? Jisme there is a sun, it is sucking power from that human being, right? Everyone has seen that. So, we will be doing the same, of course not with humans, but with the solar power only. Right now in the world, like sun is a renewable source of energy and it is going wasted. As of the total electricity produced in the world, over 90% energy is produced without solar power, and only 2% is used to, only 2% solar power is used to generate electricity. And in that also, majority of it is obtained from silicon solar panels, which are very costly, like 40 to 45,000 per panel, and we at least need 7 panels to run a house. So today we are going to tell you about a product which is called perovskite solar cell, which is more efficient, lighter and cost effective, and helps to generate electricity and is much thinner than that. So when we talk about cells, there are two types of cells. One is what we are aiming on is the thin power cells, which are thinner, they're cost effective, and they're much smaller. As you have seen the solar panels on the homes, they are much bulky, large in size. You have to carry it from one place to another, the maintenance and everything. But when we talk about the perovskite solar cells, they're very easy to carry, transport, etc. And they're much more efficient. Like only even a single sheet is more efficient than a panel of silicon solar power cells. So now I will allow my friends to carry on further on the project. Thank you.
Hello. So what is a perovskite? A perovskite is any material with a crystal structure following the formula ABX3, where A and B are two positively charged ions, often of different sizes, and X is a negatively charged ion. Carbon-based perovskite solar cell can be manufactured by screen printing method using a triple layer of titanium dioxide and carbon. The perovskite solution is infiltrated at titanium dioxide porous interface through the printed carbon layer on the top of titanium dioxide. Using a simple preheating of the substrates and the perovskite solution, a film depositing in air can be obtained.
And the material used in the perovskite solar cell production are FTO glass and TiO2, that is tritium dioxide and perovskite, and spiromethoid and carbon. And the cost of these are, the FTO is 45 per piece, and tritium dioxide is 130 to 140 kg, and peroxide is 20 to 25 rupees per 100 centimeter, and spiromethoid is 50,000 per ton, and carbon is 15 rupees per kg. And the machine used in these are screen printer, laboratory oven, and simulator, and DCCA, that is direct air carbon capture. The price of screen printer is 30,000, 3 lakh, and laboratory oven is 10 lakh, and solar simulator is 7 lakh, and DSCC is 5 to 10 lakhs.
The modern silicon solar panels that are 20% efficient, and these single junction solar cells are 33% efficient. This is the fundamental limit of a single solar cell, and these perovskites are the exact same. The lowest energy of light that can be absorbed by a semiconductor is called a band gap. This means most of the energy in sunlight goes to waste when it hits the single junction solar cell. This is because because the band gap of perovskites, it can be changed. We can stack perovskites layer on top of each other that can chemically absorb different parts of the solar spectrum. So when we stack two solar cells, they are called tandems, that are multi-junction solar cells. And when we do that, we actually push the efficiency level from 30% to 46%. So perovskite tandems convert most of the sun's energy into electricity rather than wasting them.
So if we talk about the uses, like मैंने appreciate कर दिया कि इतना बढ़िया है और silicon वाले से बेहतर है, but when we talk about the uses कि इसे use कहाँ पे करना है, तो अभी according to the efficiency level of perovskite solar cells, which we will be using. So we will be using it in cars, like we have heard about Tesla, that they are powering it with electricity. So we will add an additional layer of technology, that is solar panels, or perovskite solar cell. And then the major thing which it will be used in is the IoT. So what is IoT? IoT means Internet of Things. the phone which are in our hands, the laptops, etc. All these comes under IoT. So perovskite solar cell has a very good advantage over silicon solar cells, that it can attract or trap artificial light to produce electricity. So in IoT devices such as laptops and computers, the power will be consumed from the artificial light, and then the electricity will be generated, which will be good for the environment also and cost efficient also. Now, if we talk about that, where we will be selling it, like the target market. So our target market is B2B and B2C. So B2B means business to business. Like our business will be selling it to some other business so that they can use it as raw materials for manufacturing their own product. The next one is B2C, which means business to consumers or the customers. So we will be selling it to customers directly according to their needs, like smaller, bigger perovskite solar cell according to the price range, budget, etc. So this will be the uses and the target market of a company.
So let's talk about our business model. The value proposition offered by our company is affordability, high efficiency, easy to handle, easy to carry, and most importantly, reducing carbon footprints. So from where we will generate revenue, selling as intermediate product to businesses so that they can use it anywhere, selling as final product to consumers as well as businesses. Now we will talk about money matters. So our investment is about 10 crores, self-funding 20%, loan with interest rate of 8.85%, PPP model 15%, angel investors 15%, and startup contest if possible 10%.
And the SWOT analysis of this is strength, ability to innovate. Second, aligned with the values of society, sustainable product. Fourth, the large cash position. The weakness, a lot of CO2 product development is required. Stability issues, film thickness, opportunities. Developing the product further. Finding innovative way to reduce the cost. Increasing the investment. Vending policies, threats. A lot of firms are planning to enter this market. Other new techniques, financing gaps. Thank you.
We never knew that we have such thoughtful minds sitting with us today. Dance, drama is one of the most impactful art forms. Here, to make an impact with their presentation, are our students from MRIS 21C Faridabad with the story, The Delusional Throne, which is all about the theme, making the learnings from our past the turning point. We could embark upon a road that will lead us to a safer tomorrow. Which is all about the theme, making the learnings from our past the turning point. Can we hear it for them, please? Students, all of us are here to witness these wonderful presentations and take away from them. May I please have some quiet here? Students right there.
Thank you so much. This is the youngest lot of students present in the auditorium today, and they're gearing up for their presentation. So let's wait for them patiently, and I'm sure they're going to have a huge impact through their presentation that they have for us today.
I am supreme. I can change the rules of nature. Nothing is impossible for me. I am the creator of this concrete jungle. Tell me, what else do you want from me?
Oh, great human. So, that means you feel proud of your deeds, right?
Yes, I am. I am a genius.
So, can you tell how you embarked upon this journey of yours?
No, it is something to be witnessed. Come, join me on this spectacular journey that has led us to glory.
dear future generations, I think I speak for the rest of us when I say, sorry. Sorry we left you with our mess of a planet. Sorry that we were too caught up in our own doings to do something. Sorry we listened to people who made excuses to do nothing. I hope you forgive us. We just didn't realize how special the earth was. Like a marriage gone wrong. We didn't know what we had until it was gone. I'm sorry we doomed you, and I'm sorry we couldn't find another planet in time to move to. You know what? Cut the beat. I'm not sorry. This future, I do not accept it. Because an error does not become a mistake until you refuse to correct it. We can redirect this. How?
Animals are an essential part of our ecosystem. We need them for our survival and for all living things to thrive. Reduce, reuse, recycle. Don't choke our planet. Oh, it's time to stop polluting the air. Stop creating giant factories and come back to simple living again. Our planet is our only hope, as we don't have any other place to go. Rising temperatures and water levels. It's time to act now before it's too late. Save our planet, save our life. Let's join hands to protect our planet. If we don't work together to save our planet, we all will be equally extinct. Stop! 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 I was wrong. This entire time I didn't realize. No, I was wrong. What have I done? The fact that I'm leading this world to a doom. My friend, it's time to mend our own ways. Look, we waste a lot of water by keeping the tap on and brushing our teeth. Instead, we can keep a glass water and use it. We cut trees ruthlessly and have destroyed our ecosystem. And do you know that when we cut a single tree, we need to plant 5 more trees to replace the loss? Why to increase in carbon emission? We need to change our mindset and start using public transport. You all know that plastic is not fantastic. We need to change and stop using plastic. Let's recycle our old clothes and make cloth bags and reuse them. Animals and fishes are depleting rapidly only because we want to satisfy our own taste buds. Let's be vegan and eat healthy fruits, vegetables and pulses. Garbage resulting in seafields and landfills, and we are adding more to it every day. We need to stop this and segregate dry and wet waste. When we leave a room or moving out of the house, let's make it a point to switch off all the lights before we go out. Stop using single-use plastic. Don't discard plastic in environmental waste. Let's reuse, recycle, and reduce. It's time to stop this destruction. It's time we switch to sustainable living and follow the steps to achieve it, as already shown. It's time to protect our planet because this is our only home and hope. It's not too late. Let's all take a pledge to save our environment, our planet, our future. Thank you.
very well depicted. Well done, dear students. Moving ahead, let's hear it from Mr. Prateek Kumar, co-founder Go Sharpener, which provides a platform for school students to get rewards for their contribution on sustainable development goals. Let's hear it for him.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Guys, focus here, please. Good afternoon, everyone. We can do better. 1, 2, 3. Good afternoon, everyone. So first of all, I would like all of you to give a big round of applause to all your peers who have been giving a great performance. Loud round of applause for them. And I must tell you, I'm mesmerized by the level of intricacies that your peers have been exhibiting since the morning. And I'm saying it's a huge step by the Manav Rachna group to give this opportunity. I have about 5 minutes wherein I will talk to you about Go Sharpener, and I'll request you to kindly pay attention over here. In the next 5 minutes, I'll tell you about what is Sharpener and how it is being used by school students like you across the country for their own benefit. Guys, I'll request you to please maintain silence. I know you've given a great performance. Teachers, if you can support with that. Am I audible at the back? Guys, give me a good show of hands. Okay, all right. So Go Sharpener is a platform for school students to shape the world. I repeat, Go Sharpener is a platform for school students like you to shape the world. And how do you shape the world? Exactly by taking small steps that your friends have been talking about since morning. So in the next 3 minutes which are remaining now with me, I'll go into the details about how you can use the platform. We go to the next slide, please. So our platform enables schools and students to learn, express, act, and win scholarships basis their contribution on global missions. And what are these global missions? These global missions are environment conservation, animal care, youth and child rights, and all other small issues and activities which you can take action on. So Go Sharpener basically is a technology layer. It has schools and students across the country on the platform. They choose the areas which are of interest to them. They work on those areas, and the beauty is that you get points for every single action that you take. And then you use those points for claiming your reward vouchers and even claiming your scholarships. So while since morning, everyone has been asking you to do something, to take action, Sharpener is the platform which will reward you for every single action that you take. With me, guys? Yes, no, maybe? Can I get a yes, no, maybe? Is it clear? Louder, guys. Louder. So now after this, I'll go to a quick poll. Okay? Konika, can we go to the poll slide, please? And don't answer, just give me a raise of hands. Which, according to you, is a bigger problem? A, water wastage. B, single-use plastic. And third, unhealthy food. Let me see a good raise of hands. Okay, you come here, come on the stage. Yes, yes, come up. Yes, yes, you. Yes, come up on the stage. Anyone else who's raising hands to answer this? Okay, you come up on the stage. Come up quickly. Okay, you can come up on the stage. Which, according to you, is the bigger problem? Okay, you come up. Both of you can come up. Quickly, be fast. Fast. Okay, you have a performance right after this. So that, okay, you want to come? Please come over. So which, according to you, is a bigger problem? Water wastage, unhealthy food, single-use plastic. Make a good formation here, guys. Okay, let's start with her. Guys, firstly, a big round of applause for them. Already they're going to have a performance right after me. Applause for her, please. Loud applause. So what do you think is a bigger problem?
Sir, I think water wastage is the biggest problem here.
Okay, how many of you feel water wastage is a bigger problem? Okay, some of them agree with you. What about you?
I think that
single-use plastic is the bigger problem.
Okay, single-use plastic. How many of you believe single-use plastic? Okay, looks like an even contest. What about you?
Sir, I think unhealthy.
Okay, unhealthy food. So, you're not a foodie, right? How many of you feel unhealthy food? Nobody agrees. They're all foodies here. Okay, but that's a valid point. What about you?
Water wastage.
Water wastage, what is the score? 2, 1, 1. Okay, we go to him, yes?
Sir, water wastage.
Water wastage, what is the score? 3, 1, 1. Okay, what about you?
Sir, single-use plastic and...
That is competition now. Single-use plastic, what is the score? 3, 2, 1. Okay, what about you?
Sir, all of these.
Now, round of applause for... I must say that's a great answer in a pressure situation, but you have to be decisive. Decide one.
So me?
You have to take a decision. You have to choose one.
So single-use plastic.
Single-use plastic. What is the score now? 3, 3, 1. Okay, got it. So it's almost a tie, but we are agreeing on the problems. But let me quickly ask you, why do you think one problem is bigger than the other? You said water wastage, right? Why do you think water wastage is a bigger problem?
So I think water wastage is a bigger problem because in our day-to-day lives, I think a lot of people say they suffer from problems where like majority of the world does not get like access to clean water.
So because clean drinking water is a bigger problem. You said plastic, single-use plastic. Why is that bigger than water wastage?
Because I guess that single-use plastic is a bigger problem. Just because once we use the plastic, it is dissolved in water and in land, and that creates a bigger problem.
That's a great point, guys. So what she's saying is essentially, it becomes a part of our food chain, right? You said unhealthy food. Why do you think it is a bigger problem than single-use plastic and water wastage?
To come up with a solution for the other two problems, you have to be alert. Our mind has to be alert. By eating unhealthy food, we can't do that.
That's a great point, guys. Big round of applause for her, firstly. Bhai, pehle agar, so there's a kahavat. Pehla sukh, anybody knows that? Pehla sukh, nirogi kaya. Okay, pehla sukh, as per the Vedas, the first blessing that a person can have is a healthy body. And hence, being healthy is very important. I'll quickly take your answers also. How many of you said water wastage is a bigger problem? Why do you think that is bigger?
Sir, because if we pollute our water, so we cannot drink and then we cannot survive. And if the plant also do not get water, so it will...
Okay, if we pollute, it's a problem, yes?
We have only 3% of drinking water. If we will pollute it, so what we will drink?
Awesome. And lastly, going for the plastic, single-use plastic. Why that is a bigger problem as per you?
Sir, because the plastic is non-biodegradable and it cannot be decomposed, so it can be in the life form until the earth is held.
Awesome. So guys, one thing is for sure, that these guys have been listening to all the sessions very carefully. Big round of applause for them, and you can take your respective position. Thank you for coming over. And please take your places. So guys, one thing is clear, we are identifying the problems. We are all agreeing with what is the issue. But isko solve kaun karega? Who will solve this? We will solve this. Who will solve this? Louder, who will solve this? Guys, louder, 1, 2, 3, who will solve this? Absolutely. Go to the next slide. The power to solve these issues are also with us. And our small changes in daily actions can really create a huge impact. Look at option number 1 here. If you replace using shower with a bucket while bathing every day, individually, you can save 32,000 liters of water, which is a huge quantity. If you stop carrying your plastic water bottles and rather replace them with glass or steel water bottles, you end up reducing carbon footprint in a big way. So small change in your lifestyle, but a huge difference. And similarly, if you eat healthy, you will be able to reduce the number of students who are unhealthy in India. Can anybody tell me how many children are there in India who are considered to be unhealthy? Any guesses? Anybody want to raise a hand and tell me? Please stand up. Please stand up. Stand up, stand up, stand up. Yeah, what is the answer? Clapping for our guys. Answer 1 likha hua hai. Louder. You have to be attentive. So I'm just repeating the point. We are able to identify the problem and we agree. Who will solve these problems? We will solve this problem. Who will solve this problem? We go to the next slide. Now imagine a platform which rewards you for solving these problems. And Go Sharpener is that platform. So Go Sharpener rewards you for saving water. Go Sharpener rewards you for planting trees. Go Sharpener rewards you for taking care of street animals. Go Sharpener rewards you for teaching underprivileged children. Go Sharpener rewards you for reducing usage of plastic. All you have to do is do the right techniques, report it under your student profiles, and claim your rewards in the form of vouchers and scholarships. Clear? Yes, no, maybe? Guys, louder. So, I'll summarize again. Go Sharpener is a platform for school students to take action on global issues and win rewards. And at the same time, when you take these actions, you are able to build your profiles. And what is a profile? I'll explain you with the help of an example. Next slide, please. This is the last slide. Okay, guys, is the slide visible? Yes, no, maybe? So when you're in school, you get a report card. You see student A, he gets a report card. And you've got marks in that report card. What are the subjects? Can anybody talk about the subjects in which you get marks? Maths, science, English, SST, CSE, etc. Yeah. Language, third language, yes. So you get an academic report card, but when you take action on the Go Sharpener platform, you're also able to build an impact profile. You see the one in green? Now this is a profile which quantifies your actions across global missions, which talk about how many trees did you plant in the year? How much water did you save in the year? Did you take care of any street animal? Were you able to teach a skill to an underprivileged child? So on and so forth. Hence, by being on the Go Sharpener platform, school students win rewards for their actions on global missions. And second, you are able to build this impact profile, which is very, very powerful. And why this is important, I'll go to the next slide. But I'll again ask a question to all of you. Guys, how many of you plan to take up sciences or have already taken sciences? Give me a quick raise of hands. Okay, some of you here. How many of you plan to take commerce? Commerce. Okay. How many of you plan to take arts? Okay. How many of you plan to take up engineering after 12th? Or a technical role? Okay. Quite a lot of you. How many of you plan to pursue CA, CS or other opportunities? Okay. How many of you plan to pursue literature? Okay, a lot of you. How many of you plan to go abroad to study after 12th? A lot of you. Okay. So guys, this is a movement of awakening for all of you. Our education policy 2020 says that students who have a profile alongside their academics, wherein they've been able to take action on global missions, those students will always get a better shot at whatever they're aiming at. So if you are a student who's got 90% marks or 85% marks, but at the same time, you've saved water, you've planted trees, you've taken care of street animals, your opportunity of achieving your aim increases. Hence, when you are on the Go Sharpener platform, you get rewards, you build your impact profile, which eventually helps you in achieving your aim, which is across multiple streams. Is that clear? Yes, no, maybe? Louder, guys. So with that, as I give you the promise, I only took about 7 minutes. Let's just clap for all of us for being such a great audience. Louder. And I would like to thank Sanyogita ma'am and the Manav Rachna group for giving me this opportunity. And we are looking forward to build the largest school student community through the platform of Go Sharpener. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Participants of urban farming participants, teachers, please take your students to J block, second floor. They can have their refreshments there first. J block, second floor.
That was wonderful. Thank you, sir. Taking this thought-provoking afternoon forward, now we have a presentation from MRIS Charmwood depicting the life of Bhanumati, or should I say Bhanumatis, who struggle day and night just in search of water, and we, living in urban cities, are so unaware of their plight. Let's hear it for them.
Good morning.
Am I audible? Hello? Yes? Okay. Hello everyone. I would request you all to please be seated. Kindly
जाती हूँ, इसी बहाने मैं अपनी सहेलियों के साथ गा भी लेती हूँ, नाच भी लेती हूँ और मन की बातें भी कराती हूँ।
This is the plight of many girls in states like Rajasthan and Maharashtra. These girls who are married merely to fetch water for their families are called water wives. The genesis of this practice is the huge shortage of water in these areas. An average woman in Rajasthan walks up to 8 to 10 kilometers just to get fresh drinking water. The water crisis is for real, and it is taking over the world. It's high time that we walk the talk and do our bit in saving water and other resources for our future generations to sustain and survive. Please fill your hearts with a dance presentation by these young girls of MRIS Charmwood. These girls, along with me, have come here to do our share of bit. We hope the untold stories of many such Bhanumatis reach you and urge you to take actions.
All right. That was indeed a lovely performance. Students for home composting. Home compost, we will move down to second floor 01. GF01, first home composting is first floor, na? Second floor, GS01, second floor, GS01. Home composting team, teachers, please move down. GF01, first floor, sorry, home compost, first floor, GF01. Urban farming students of MRIS 46 and Chamwood. Urban farming students of MRIS 46 and Chamwood. Students have not reported. Urban farming, they have to go to J block. They've not reached. Check kar lo ek baar. Home composting, first floor, room number 01. You can have your break there only, and then we start.
Fortunate to be initiating and being a part of this movement, and we would like to thank our mentors for giving us
I'm very honored and excited to join and celebrate this wonderful event as India's first awareness fest on climate action hosted by Manav Rachna and the pop movement.
Buenas tardes, muy buenos días a todos ustedes que el día de hoy nos están acompañando a este magno evento. les enviamos un caluroso saludo desde donde se encuentren. Es muy difícil hablar en 2 minutos de algo tan importante como este evento y como lo que este evento representa para todos nosotros. Así que me voy a permitir dar lectura a este mensaje que he escrito para todos ustedes.
Hi everybody, I am Sankalp Suman. I am the co-founder of Offset Go and I got the National Youth Icon Award at the Parliament just in April this year. So, I'm very happy that I get to address all of you today, especially this youth summit, and talking to all of you young people who are actually the real stakeholders of environment. And I'm very glad with Manav Rachna and all the other parties that are involved in this pop talks for organizing this event. So I'm sorry that I cannot be there in person. I'm here in South India right now. We're working on carbon credits and climate action over here. And that is the substance of my talk today.
Hey, listen, let me put this with precision. The goal being exposing the climate condition. The earth is heating, it's ourselves we're cheating by repeatedly saying there's nothing wrong. For years, we have been deceived. Had those been put to use, much could have been achieved. Let's save our seas, our soil and our air. Right now is the time to care, or it'll all end in despair. Glaciers are melting, sea levels are rising. World leaders, please don't expect something surprising. Let us all refuse to be a part of this devastation and let us pledge to become a sustainable nation. This isn't a topic of dispute. Let us all raise our voice and contribute. I, Rohan Pillai, would like to invite you all to hashtag #PopIndiaTalks on 18th August 2020.
honored and excited to join and celebrate this wonderful event as India's first awareness fest on climate action, hosted by Manav Rachna and the Pop Movement.
Buenas tardes, muy buenos días a todos ustedes que el día de hoy nos están acompañando a este magno evento. Les enviamos un caluroso saludo desde donde se encuentren. Es muy difícil hablar en 2 minutos de algo tan importante como este evento y como lo que este evento representa para todos nosotros. Así que me voy a permitir dar lectura a este mensaje que he escrito para todos ustedes.
Hi everybody, I am Sankalp Suman. I'm the co-founder of Offset Go and I got the National Youth Icon Award at the Parliament in April this year. So, I'm very happy that I get to address all of you today, especially this youth summit, and talking to all of you young people who are actually the real stakeholders of environment. And I'm very glad with Manav Rachna and all the other parties that are involved in this pop talks for organizing this event. So I'm sorry that I cannot be there in person. I'm here in South India right now. We're working on carbon credits and climate action over here. And that is the substance of my talk today.
Hey, listen, let me put this with precision. The goal being exposing the climate condition. The earth is heating, it's ourselves we're cheating by repeatedly saying there's nothing wrong. For years, we have been deceived. Had those been put to use, much could have been achieved. Let's save our seas, our soil and our air. Right now is the time to care, or it'll all end in despair. Glaciers are melting, sea levels are rising. World leaders, please don't expect something surprising. Let us all refuse to be a part of this devastation and let us pledge to become a sustainable nation. This isn't a topic of dispute. Let us all raise our voice and contribute. I, Rohan Pillai, would like to invite you all to hashtag #PopIndiaTalks on 18th August 2020.
Good morning viewers and welcome to the live streaming of Pop India Talks. This fest focuses on climate change action and is also going to talk about the volunteers across the world, the youth-driven movement as it is. And we look across that how knowledge-inspired initiatives and actions are being taken by young people across to see that the carbon emissions, the greenhouse gases emissions, how do they mitigate that, how do they reduce that. And India again has a mission that we're going to talk about net zero emissions by 2070. I call upon you, invite you to enjoy the live streaming of all the areas here. Listen to the inspiring stories, listen to the business ideas, and listen to our experts who have come from various zones, from WaterAid India, from the people who have been working for years together in this area to motivate the young enthusiasts. So listen to all of this, comment on this, like the things that you like here, and also let us know what else can be brought in this fest or this area, and what initiative you at your level are taking for the same. So we'll be very, very eagerly waiting, and we'd like to create a big community focusing on the same issue so that we are able to make some substantial contribution to this. So again, happy viewing and stay with us and watch the live streaming. Thank you. Good morning viewers and welcome to the live streaming of Pop India Talks. This fest focuses on climate change action and is also going to talk about the volunteers across the world, the youth-driven movement as it is. And we look across that how knowledge-inspired initiatives and actions are being taken by young people across to see that the carbon emissions, the greenhouse gases emissions, how do they mitigate that, how do they reduce.
more than excited to join and celebrate this wonderful event as India's first awareness fest on climate action, hosted by Manav Rachna and the Pop Movement.
Buenas tardes, muy buenos días a todos ustedes que el día de hoy nos están acompañando a este magno evento. Les enviamos un caluroso saludo desde donde se encuentran. Es muy difícil hablar en 2 minutos de algo tan importante como este evento y como lo que este evento representa para todos nosotros. Así que me voy a permitir dar lectura a este mensaje que he escrito para todos ustedes.
Hi everybody, I am Sankalp Suman. I am the co-founder of Offset Go and I got the National Youth Icon Award at the Parliament just in April this year. So, I'm very happy that I get to address all of you today, especially this youth summit, and talking to all of you young people who are actually the real stakeholders of environment. And I'm very glad with Manav Rachna and all the other parties that are involved in this pop talks for organizing this event. So I'm sorry that I cannot be there in person. I'm here in South India right now. We're working on carbon credits and climate action over here. And that is the substance of my talk today.
Hey, listen, let me put this with precision. The goal being exposing the climate condition. The earth is heating, it's ourselves we're cheating by repeatedly saying there's nothing wrong. For years, we have been deceived. Had those been put to use, much could have been achieved. Let's save our seas, our soil and our air. Right now is the time to care, or it'll all end in despair. Glaciers are melting, sea levels are rising. World leaders, please don't expect something surprising. Let us all refuse to be a part of this devastation and let us pledge to become a sustainable nation. This isn't a topic of dispute. Let us all raise our voice and contribute. I, Rohan Pillai, would like to invite you all to hashtag Pop India Talks on 18th August 2020.
Good morning, viewers, and welcome to the live streaming of Pop India Talks. This fest focuses on climate change action and is also going to talk about the volunteers across the world, the youth-driven movement as it is. And we look across that how knowledge-inspired initiatives and actions are being taken by young people across to see that the carbon emissions, the greenhouse gases emissions, how do they mitigate that, how do they reduce that. And India again has a mission that we're going to talk about net zero emissions by 2070. I call upon you, invite you to enjoy the live streaming of all the areas here. Listen to the inspiring stories, listen to the business ideas, and listen to our experts who have come from various zones, from WaterAid India, from the people who have been working for years together in this area to motivate the young enthusiasts. So listen to all of this, comment on this, like the things that you like here, and also let us know what else can you brought in this fest or this area, and what initiative you at your level are taking for the same. So we'll be very, very eagerly waiting, and we'd like to create a big community focusing on the same issue so that we are able to make some substantial contribution to this. So again, happy viewing and stay with us and watch the live streaming. Thank you. Good morning, viewers.
honored and excited to join and celebrate this wonderful event as India's first awareness fest on climate action, hosted by Manav Rachna and the Pop Movement.
Buenas tardes, muy buenos días a todos ustedes que el día de hoy nos están acompañando a este magno evento. Les enviamos un caluroso saludo desde donde se encuentran. Es muy difícil hablar en 2 minutos de algo tan importante como este evento y como lo que este evento representa para todos nosotros. Así que me voy a permitir dar lectura a este mensaje que he escrito para todos ustedes.
Hi everybody, I am Sankalp Suman. I am the co-founder of Offset Go and I got the National Youth Icon Award at the Parliament in April this year. So, I'm very happy that I get to address all of you today, especially this youth summit, and talking to all of you young people who are actually the real stakeholders of environment. And I'm very glad with Manav Rachna and all the other parties that are involved in this pop talks for organizing this event. So I'm sorry that I cannot be there in person. I'm here in South India right now. We're working on carbon credits and climate action over here. And that is the substance of my talk today.
Hey, listen, let me put this with precision. The goal being exposing the climate condition. The earth is heating, it's ourselves we're cheating by repeatedly saying there's nothing wrong. For years, we have been deceived. Had those been put to use, much could have been achieved. Let's save our seas, our soil and our air. Right now is the time to care, or it'll all end in despair. Glaciers are melting, sea levels are rising. World leaders, please don't expect something surprising. Let us all refuse to be a part of this devastation and let us pledge to become a sustainable nation. This isn't a topic of dispute. Let us all raise our voice and contribute. I, Rohan Pillai, would like to invite you all to hashtag #PopIndiaTalks on 18th of August 2020.
Good morning, viewers, and welcome to the live streaming of Pop India Talks. This fest focuses on climate change action and is also going to talk about the volunteers across the world, the youth-driven movement as it is. And we look across that how knowledge-inspired initiatives and actions are being taken by young people across to see that the carbon emissions, the greenhouse gases emissions, how do they mitigate that, how do they reduce that. And India again has a mission that we're going to talk about net zero emissions by 2070. I call upon you, invite you to enjoy the live streaming of all the areas here. Listen to the inspiring stories, listen to the business ideas, and listen to our experts who have come from various zones, from WaterAid India, from the people who have been working for years together in this area to motivate the young enthusiasts. So listen to all of this, comment on this, like the things that you like here, and also let us know what else can you brought in this fest or this area, and what initiative you at your level are taking for the same. So we'll be very, very eagerly waiting, and we'd like to create a big community focusing on the same issue so that we are able to make some substantial contribution to this. So again, happy viewing and stay with us and watch the live streaming. Thank you. Good morning, viewers, and welcome to the live streaming of Pop India Talks. This fest focuses on climate change action and is also going to talk about the volunteers across the world, the youth-driven movement as it is. And we look across that how knowledge-inspired initiatives and actions are being taken by young people across to see that the carbon emissions, the greenhouse gases emissions, how do they mitigate that, how do they reduce that. And India again has a mission that we're going to talk about net zero emissions by 2070. I call upon you, invite you to enjoy the live streaming of all the areas here. Listen to the inspiring stories, listen to the business ideas, and listen to our experts who have come from various zones, from WaterAid India, from the people who have been working for years together in this area to motivate the young enthusiasts. So listen to all of this, comment on this, like the things that you like here, and also let us know what else can you brought in this fest or this area, and what initiative you at your level are taking for the same. So we'll be very, very eagerly waiting, and we'd like to create a big community focusing on the same issue so that we are able to make some substantial contribution to this. So again, happy viewing, and stay with us and watch the live streaming. Thank you. Good morning, viewers, and welcome to the live streaming of Pop India Talks. This fest focuses on climate change action, and is also going to talk about the volunteers across the world, the youth-driven movement as it is. And we look across that how knowledge-inspired initiatives and actions are being taken by young people across to see that the carbon emissions, the greenhouse gases emissions, how do they mitigate that, how do they reduce that. And India again has a mission that we're going to talk about net zero emissions by 2070. I call upon you, invite you to enjoy the live streaming of all the areas here. Listen to the inspiring stories, listen to the business ideas, and listen to our experts who have come from various zones, from WaterAid India, from the people who have been working for years together in this area to motivate the young enthusiasts. So listen to all of this, comment on this, like the things that you like here, and also let us know what else can you brought in this fest or this area, and what initiative you at your level are taking for the same. So we'll be very, very eagerly waiting, and we'd like to create a big community focusing on the same issue so that we are able to make some substantial contribution to this. So again, happy viewing, and stay with us and watch the live streaming. Thank you. Good morning, viewers, and welcome to the live streaming of Pop India Talks. This fest focuses on climate change action, and is also going to talk about the volunteers across the world, the youth-driven movement as it is. And we look across that how knowledge-inspired initiatives and actions are being taken by young people across to see that the carbon emissions, the greenhouse gases emissions, how do they mitigate that, how do they reduce that. And India again has a mission that we're going to talk about net zero emissions by 2070. I call upon you, invite you to enjoy the live streaming of all the areas here. Listen to the inspiring stories, listen to the business ideas, and listen to our experts who have come from various zones, from WaterAid India, from the people who have been working for years together in this area to motivate the young enthusiasts. So listen to all of this, comment on this, like the things that you like here, and also let us know what else can you brought in this fest or this area, and what initiative you at your level are taking for the same. So we'll be very, very eagerly waiting, and we'd like to create a big community focusing on the same issue so that we are able to make some substantial contribution to this. So again,
Thank you.